Good afternoon and welcome back to our UNCLOUD Victorian Metro Short Course Championships. This is our fourth and final session for the weekend. Kicking us off this afternoon will be event 71, the women's 200 metre individual medley, and we have 8 timed finals in this one today. And going through in the lead after the first 25 will be Vivian Lee in lane 5. And she's almost stroke for stroke with Isabella Paddle as they come down to change over into the backstroke.
And it's even through the first 50 with Vivian and Isabella, 33.20 there from Vivian as they come into the backstroke leg of the 200 IM. Looking comfortable out in front, Isabella Paddle. She's really using her backstroke strength to her advantage.
Yeah, something we really want to see from our athletes. There is that general structure to a 200 IM. You want the easy speed in the fly, build through the backstroke, try to have a strong breaststroke and bring it all home in the freestyle. But you have to play towards your strengths. If you are a really good backstroker, you want to gain as much lead as possible coming into this breaststroke because we know a lot of ground can be made up within this 50.
It was a wonderful backstroke leg from Isabella as well as Vivian. The gap just starting to shorten through this breaststroke leg between the lane 3 and lane 5. Isabella knew that backstroke was one of her strengths and really used it to gain some distance over Vivian, but Vivian's starting to lift through the breaststroke.
Yeah, she is really closing in that gap as we come down to change over for the freestyle. But it will remain Isabella Paddle, 2:00.85. She's got just under 4 seconds on Vivian as we come into the freestyle. And Annabelle Sun in lane 6, she also made up a lot of ground in that breaststroke there too. She's only 2 seconds behind now.
Well, Isabella had that wonderful backstroke leg, put herself in the lead. It seems to be the way that this race will finish. Some really great times for these girls. We know it's their 4th session of the competition. They would have done some great racing earlier this weekend. 2:37.63 from Isabella Paddle, 2:41.23 from Vivian Lee, and finishing up there was Annabella Sun. So some great racing for those girls to start off with.
Moving on to heat 2 now, and once again we've got lane 4 missing here, but a nice even start across the board. Looks like lane 7 here, Vivian Van is going to take us out for the first 25, or actually it's going to be Grace Dew on the touch there.
Yeah, it was really close across the board going into the wall, but a lot of these girls had some nice underwaters starting to separate as we come up to the 50-metre turn. Annabelle Tan over in lane 0, she's doing well. She'll turn in first, 32.27, just ahead of Grace Dew, 32.56. And then it's on the far side of the pool, closest to us, Nikita Chu. So really spread out across this one.
Yeah, it's good to see a nice spread of times across this field. You look at the entry times, and there's only 2 seconds, maybe a second and a half, separating the fastest from the slowest entry. So you might see a bit of a spread of who's going to get PBs today and who's starting to feel the effects of the final session of this competition.
And quite a range of PBs we've had. We've seen some really big drops in time, particularly from some of our younger athletes. This is one of our open events, so a range of swimmers across the field here between ages of 12 all the way through to 15. And those younger girls seem to be dropping absolutely immense amounts of time off their personal best. As we come into the breaststroke, Molly Kilgrew down in lane 8. She's putting together a really nice 50-metre here, trying to pull away from the group with her strength, but still doing well over on that far side is Annabelle Tan.
Yeah, seeing a lot of these girls really find what their strengths and weaknesses are. You know, you had lane 3 and lane 7 leading quite early in the race, and now as the race has progressed, Molly has really developed into this swim and started to really put the heat on and show the rest of the competition that this is a good swim here, and her middle 100 has been outstanding.
So she'll turn for home in first place. Following her onto the wall was Vivian Van, who's right next to her in lane 7. Almost got dragged along a little bit in that breaststroke, so it was great for those girls to try to separate themselves from the field. And then Annabelle Tan over in 0, she's still sitting in that third place spot. Bit of a gap between the lead groups and then the swimmers behind, but what a fantastic swim from Molly out in lane 8. I think this one's going to be a big personal best time. Her entry there, 2:42.11. It's almost going to be a 10-second drop as she touches the wall, 2:33.02 for Molly. Annabelle Tan picks up second out of the second heat, 2:36.79, with Vivian Van touching in third.
And heat number 3, diving into the water and underway of our women's 200-metre IM. Looking really comfortable out in lane number 1. India Condon, she takes out the first 25 metres. And her butterfly looking really, really strong here.
Yeah, you see where it's very leg dominant, this event, especially with the amount of turns and how good you need to be at all different range of skills across the 200 IM. And especially short course being, you know, a lot of extra turns. A lot of these athletes are going to want to preserve their legs in that butterfly backstroke and really bring them in for that breaststroke freestyle, and hopefully they can keep the same skills off the wall. And it looks like lane number 3 here, Alexandra Isborn, having a great swim, although Alicia Quinn out here in lane 7 really put in a good turn there and seems to have taken the lead.
As the race progresses through, we tend to see a couple of lead changes in our 200 IM depending on the strength of the swimmers. It's India Condon who turns first, the 100-metre mark, 1:11.13. She's followed through by Alicia Quinn, 1:11.19. So it's the outside lanes at this point in the race, lane 1 and lane 7, leading the way through as we get down to the breaststroke. And it looks like Alicia Quinn, she's just behind India Condon throughout breaststroke, looking really strong, those two athletes out the front.
Yeah, speaking of those skills and the legs really sapping the energy, there's going to be quite a bit of breath control work that needs to go into these races, see how far they can push those underwaters. So lane 0, Amelia Greaves, really stretching out. She had a faster breaststroke leg there than backstroke, so obviously that's her biggest strength in this race, and has put a full body length on the rest of the field.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Amelia Greaves' strength is obviously breaststroke, and she was really able to pull through that race, sitting behind our leaders for majority of it, and then really using breaststroke to make herself in the lead. Amelia Greaves looks to be the one that will get her hand on the wall first, as India Condon and Alicia Quinn also finish out the race nice and strong. 2:33.00 from Amelia Greaves. Alicia Quinn 2:34.54, and then rounding third there, India Condon 2:35.15.
And we hit the halfway point through our 200-metre individual medley swims. This is heat 4. Taking us out through that first 25 will be Simone Way. We've seen her do some really nice swims from outside lanes, obviously having a great weekend of racing from her. She goes through in a 13.99, only athlete under the 14-second barrier in the first 25. And as we come up to the 50-metre mark, she's going to be followed onto the wall by her teammate, I believe, almost there in lane 6, Hayley Warren. And over on the far side of the pool in lane 1, Audrey Marchant will turn in about that third place spot.
Yeah, really good flow to the stroke here from Simone out here in lane 7. You can see how relaxed she looks in the shoulders. Nice turn there, good timing onto the wall. And 4 good butterfly kicks underwater to really break out and make it as smooth as possible. She's keeping her head very still. I really like this technique.
Yeah, she's looking great and continues to progress further in front in this heat. She comes in to change into the breaststroke. Really close now for those second and third place spots between Audrey and Maggie in lanes 1 and 2. I know a few of the girls in this heat have done some good breaststrokes across the weekend. So which one of them is really going to take control and try to close that gap set by Simone?
Yeah, in these early to middle heats, you're not necessarily thinking about making those the top times of the finals or potentially even medals, but it's really about getting out there and trying to improve yourself as best as possible. Sometimes you can put a lot of pressure on yourself if you're in lane 4. With the outside lanes, really, they've got nothing to lose. They just want to have a good crack. So although we're seeing the middle lanes really move through in this breaststroke leg here, Charlotte Kelly having a great swim. Might have moved herself up into first here. She has. And Isabel in lane 5 has really pushed through the field as well. We'll see what it comes down to in the freestyle. It looks like a 3-horse race.
Yeah, it certainly does. And as we've said time after time, that breaststroke leg is really one of the more make or break parts in this 200 IM. But Simone has just kicked into gear back onto the freestyle and pulled away once again through that first 25. She was about half a second quicker than the next fastest freestyler in the pool and continues to surge down the final 25. A great swim from her start to finish, really. She'll take out the fourth heat in a 2:30.19. ahead of Cassandra Isabel in a 2:32.55. And then it will be Charlotte Kelly onto the wall in third, 2:32.76.
Heat number 5 now underway, and we're starting to really get into some of these sub 2:35 times based off siege, but we've already seen a couple of 2:30s, 2:33s moving through the field. So clubhouse leader so far is Simone Way. She's got the fastest time set, but this butterfly is looking absolutely incredible from Mia Yao.
Mia's a wonderful butterflyer. We know that she will head out nice and fast in this 200-metre individual medley. Already done a few swims today. Not the easiest of swims either. We've seen her in the 200 butterfly and now here in the 200 medley. She turned first in a 29.76. As we've mentioned over and over this last couple of days, our first competition of the season here, we tend to see a lot of drops during this championship competition, and that's no difference here in this women's 200 individual medley, even though we're in our 4th session.
Yeah, excellent skills there. We're starting to see a couple more experienced athletes, you know, in these fields. Very early on, it was 13, 15-year-old kind of athletes. We've got an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old in this heat, so you're really seeing the class here of some of those athletes. It looks like lane number 6 here, moving through the field, Vera Zeng. Good swimmer from Melbourne Swim Club. She's got an excellent breaststroke technique. Great underwaters, getting nice and high and driving those elbows through the recovery.
Yeah, Vera's a very strong breaststroker, so I'm not surprised she's made her way through the field of this breaststroke leg. She'll turn first, followed by Mia Yao, 1:53.25. So heading into this last 50 metres, we've got a couple of girls very nicely out in front looking to really drop some times off their entry time.
Yeah, it looks like we're having a little bit of trouble with the lane 6 touchpad, but they'll be getting the times off of the Hawkeye. So the times will still be very accurate, they just won't come up immediately. But it is Vera Zheng dominating the field at the moment, got 2 to 3 body lengths over everyone else, and will likely get through in around that 2:25 mark. Yeah, about 2:24 once on the wall there. So we'll see when the officials' results come through how that looks. Mia Yeo in second place there in a 2:28, and third Tiffany Miet out there in lane number 1. So still some outside lanes doing very well in these middle heats.
Under the water we go now with our 6th heat, and quite a lot of the girls really utilising almost that full 15 underwater here. It's lane 4 turning in first, Ada Jinxing Wang, 13.95, so under that 14-second barrier. What I like is it does look nice and easy and relaxed. She's not overdoing it on the stroke rate in this butterfly, and making sure that she's going to have the lungs and the legs to push her throughout the next 350s. She'll go through in a 31.07 ahead of Angelina Nguyen, 31.97, and Hannah Ristig turns in third.
That was a wonderful first 50 there from Ada. As a couple of the athletes start to make their move throughout this backstroke. We've got lane 7 and lane 9 just starting to close the gap on Ada. We know that Amelie is a nice breaststroker as well, so we'll look to see a bit of a battle between the two athletes out in front at this point in the race. As we come down to the halfway point, it'll be Amelie who turns first in a 1:09.54, and it's followed by Ada. So a nice battle for these two girls here.
Yeah, it was really close on that turn, and as you said, Chan, we've seen a lot of great swims from Amelie in a few sneaky outside lanes. We know she's got a good breaststroke. She looks still controlled here, which is good to see. She's gaining a lot of distance, but not overworking it, and so she is going to have some legs left for the freestyle to try and come home. Also doing well in the breaststroke here is Angelina Nguyen. She's pushed through the field up through almost into that first place spot, and Annabella Kim doing well in lane 5. So our 3 leaders will be Annabella in 5, Angelina in 7, and then Amelie in 9.
Yeah, some real lead changes throughout that 50 breaststroke. Makes for an interesting 200-metre individual medley here. Leading the way through with 25 metres left to swim will be Annabella Kim. She put together an absolutely beautiful breaststroke leg. And trying to challenge her over in lane 7, Angelina Nguyen, but I think Annabelle has done just enough to get her hand on the wall first as she gets challenged finally here, but it will be Annabella 2:28.25, followed by Hannah Ristig 2:28.64, and then Angelina in lane 7 2:29.01.
Moving on to heat number 7 here, the penultimate heat of this event 71, the women's 200 individual medley. Once again, a couple more experienced swimmers in this heat. Lane 4, unfortunately missing. Aria went, but still got great... No, sorry, I take that back. Lane 4 is there. Lane 5 is missing, sorry. Aria that leads us through 30.45. It looks like a very relaxed butterfly out of the blocks. Just above that 30-second barrier. Nice shoulder roll in the backstroke here. Head very still. Closely followed on her shoulder in lane 3 by Mariella Simmons.
Yeah, much more controlled in that first 25, I think, than the previous heat. They were out a little bit slower, but then the 50-metre splits were really similar. So more even splits across the board, and hopefully we'll see a few more of these girls really build into this 200 IM. Nice backstroke here down in lane 7 by Fiona Long. She'll go through in a 110.58, now just ahead of Aria, and then Mariella sits in third. But this is the leg where we've just seen big increases in those stroke rates and the power being put into the breaststroke. This is where it's almost switched from a relaxed swim into a real race. You can see the girls trying to challenge one another here.
Yeah, if you're here live at the pool, you can definitely see it up on the scoreboard. But what you would love to see a lot more of is red numbers on the first 25 and green numbers on the second 25. It means you're building into your race. You set your stroke up in the first 25 and then you really want to start to lift that stroke rate and put a bit of pressure on your competitors. And we turn here, lane number 6, Abigail Yo seems to be leading so far. Good body length on the rest of the field. Mariella Simmons in second place. They've kicked ahead from the other 3 girls in the middle.
Yeah, Abigail, one of our visiting athletes from Highlanders, so it's great. This is the first year at Metro Short Course that we've allowed visitors to come and race and push along some of our Victorian athletes, but it's been a really interesting swim here. Mariella just charged home down that final 25. She'll take the win there in a 2:28. She was followed onto the wall by Abigail Yeo, and then it was Fiona who touched in a third.
Final heat underway here, and this is where you'd expect to see the medals come from this afternoon. Now, so far, even though an official time didn't come up, I've got here Vera Zeng leading so far with a 2:24, which, based off PBs, would definitely put her in the mix for this race. But the fastest swimmer so far coming off a really big Nationals campaign last season is Lucy Ma.
And it'll be lane 6, Emerson Hogan, that turns first, 29.93, and she's followed through by Audriana David. So some good butterfly legs there from those girls. And at the moment in this race, it looks to be Lucy Ma. She's starting to make her way through this backstroke. She comfortably sat there for the butterfly leg. I would expect to see her move through in the second half of this race.
Yeah, especially because she's got state records in breaststroke and freestyle. We know that the back end of her race is going to be very good, especially seeing as she goes all the way up to 400 freestyle. So a 200 short course is going to feel like a sprint to her. She's going to have tons of energy. And you can see a lot more what I'm talking about in this second 25. A lot of green numbers up on the board there. So these more experienced athletes do build into the second half of each of these 50s.
As expected, Lucy Ma has really taken off in this breaststroke leg of the race. She's got a couple of body lengths on the field now. So really what we're seeing is a battle for those second and third placings in this heat, trying to beat that time, as Elliot just said, of 2:24. Lucy Ma turning the wall there, 1:44.10. And it'll be Riley Cardo, 1:49.02, who follows. So I'm really loving the battle that we've got for our minor placings within this event. I don't think anyone's getting anywhere near close to Lucy Ma.
She's going to be just off her PB, I would expect, of a 2:14.2. She'll be very close to it We'll have to see how it comes down to the touch, but I'm also keeping a strong eye on second place. Looks like lane 6 has moved in. 2:14.92 for Lucy Ma. Second place here goes to the swimmer from DVE, Emerson Hogan. Unfortunately didn't get a time there. 2:22.03 has just come up, and in third place 2:23.53 for Lucy Dolan out there in lane number 2. What an excellent race from those girls in the middle.
And kicking us off now into event 72. This is the men's 200-metre individual medley. We have 6-time finals in this one this afternoon. Taking us through in the first 25 will be Oscar Zhu over in lane 1. Quick butterfly to lead us out, 13:09, just ahead of James Briffa in lane 5 as they come up to the 50-metre mark.
Yeah, starting off here, you've got quite a wide range of athletes here. Tommy Zhu in lane number 7, only 13 years old. And on the other side of the pool in lane 2, Logan McEwen is 19 years old. So a wide range of experience here, but these middle lanes seem to be moving quite well early on in the field. James Briffa has gone up into first place here. 18.7, the only person under that 19-second barrier in this first leg of the backstroke. Let's see if we can get a little bit faster in this second leg and what he might have in store for us in the breaststroke.
So he will hold on to that first place spot on the turn, 105.88, followed around by Mark Iban, who finished that backstroke really well. He built the speed into the turn, and he's utilised that on the underwater here into the breaststroke. Oscar Zhu over in lane 1 still doing a great job, and he's sitting really close to Mark now. There's not a lot separating those boys on the turn.
Yeah, you could see a beautiful glide there from lane number 6, Mark Iban. So you can see it much more on the cameras, and I'm assuming if you sit up in the stands as well rather than on pool deck, but you can see how far they glide out, how much extension they can get, and it's free speed. When you really think about it, you're not having to do anything, you're just controlling your body as it gets propelled through the water. But now we come down to a bit of a thrash in the freestyle, and coming down to the turn here for the last 25, it is lane 1 and 6. Don't know if they're going to be able to completely see each other when they're on opposite sides of the pool as they are, and so far ahead of the rest of the competitors, but Oscar is having a hell of a freestyle leg here.
Yeah, so Oscar comes down under the flags. They were close at the start of the freestyle. A nice gap between himself and Mark into the finish. It will be Oscar 2:19.41 ahead of Mark 2:20.66. And James Briffa stormed home in that freestyle to finish in a 2:21.26 third in that heat.
We head into heat number 2 of event 72, our men's 200-metre individual medley. At this point in the race, it's pretty even, but Gordon Chen there out in lane number 9, making a stand in this first part of the race.
Yeah, about half a second lead over the rest of the field. And that's blown out to a 2.5 seconds in this second 25. So Butterfly, obviously a very strong suit, and so are the underwaters. He's having a little bit of a look around, see where the rest of the field's sitting, but he's well out in front, so he shouldn't be worried too much yet. Great turn, and he extends through those underwaters, comes up quite early, has another look over, and lane number 5 here, Doran Sims is pushing through the field, and so is lane number 1, Yi Yang. Great backstrokers here. We'll see how they line up in the breaststroke.
So Yi Yang turning first there at the halfway mark, 1:05.35, followed by Thomas Dorrit Sims, 1:05.79. In the middle of the pool, having a wonderful breaststroke is Thomas. So he's put a bit of a gap between him and Yi Yang. So you can see a lead change throughout that first 25. He's starting to push through, put himself in the best possible position with 50 metres left to swim. Having a real surge there, Spencer Davies in lane number 6 as well. So he's really come up onto the shoulders of Thomas Dorrit Sims there. But it'll still be Thomas, 1:47.2. Challenging him, though, is Spencer Davies. Look at that last-minute surge from him.
Yeah, excellent back end of this race. You could see him propel himself forward through the recovery of the breaststroke when his head was up. It wasn't coming up and stopping. It was always moving. But it looks like it's Thomas's turn to reply. He's come back. He had a great turn there against him. We've got a hell of a race coming down to the wire here. They're looking at each other. They don't want to take a backward step. Let's see how well these skills hold up. And it looks like Thomas held on to it, held his breath for the last 5 metres, and was able to get his hand on the wall just in front of Spencer Davies. Very exciting race there in that last 50 metres. Just got to tip your hat to the boys and say good swimming, 20.0. That's a great PB for both athletes.
Away and racing now with the third heat of 6. And really close between those first few athletes onto the wall. As we expect to see a little bit in these later events throughout the weekend, we are missing a few lanes. Just opens up a few more opportunities for the swimmers still racing to sneak into some top 10 placings, score some points for their clubs, and even maybe sneak a time that could finish them in that top 3. Going through the 50-metre turn, it will be Dax Conetti, 28.80, ahead of Aston Wilson, 29.19, and Alistair Ho, who turned in third, down in lane 9.
Yeah, it's a great start, and you wonder how many of these kids just want to go home and get a good night's rest before school tomorrow. It's been a long weekend. You've been sitting in class all week, and then you come out and you spend your whole weekend at MSAC. Not that is necessarily a bad thing, but it is very draining, and I wonder how many of the parents feel the same way. But it's good to see your athlete in the pool, having a real crack and proving how much training they've put and how much work they've put into the last couple of weeks to get themselves ready for this competitive part of the short course season.
Yeah, I think sessions like this is where champions are made, because those top athletes, they're going to reset, they're going to refocus during the break. They've done all their recovery, swim downs, eating correctly, hydration, and this is where they shine under the pressure, under that fatigue. We see stars rise. And coming through on this breaststroke was Dax Conetti, so he fell behind a little bit in the backstroke. He's built his way back out into the lead. Really switched gears as we come into the freestyle. It was also a great leg of breaststroke from Thomas Poppins in lane 5. He pushed his way through that field as well. And those two look to be our leaders as we hit the last and final turn for home in our freestyle leg.
Yeah, it's not as close as the last race, but Dax Conetti is definitely dominating this field, although Thomas Poppins has had a late resurgence in this freestyle, the only one to get under 15 seconds on that last leg, so finished very, very well there. Freestyle obviously the strength, but 2:16.8, new clubhouse leader and fastest time set in this race so far. Only 3 heats left of this event. Heat 4 of 6. We have some really nice high-quality athletes here. Everyone in this field is 15 to 16 except for Fraser Blair out in lane 7. But the majority of these guys will be racing each other on a week-to-week, month-to-month basis. They might be coming up against each other at state championships soon in a couple of weeks. But Oliver Kallio led us out so far, 28.44. Looked very relaxed in that butterfly and is starting to pull away from the rest of the field here in this backstroke, so showing that, you know, you can have some of that easy speed in the butterfly, which is very crucial in the early parts of the race.
Certainly, we do know that Oliver and Campbell Mills both really strong in this backstroke leg. I would probably be keeping my eye down on lane 6, Xavier Eagle. As we hit the breaststroke, we know he's probably going to try and make quite a move throughout this one. We also have Lev Dishluk over in lane 1, who's put together some stellar performances across the weekend and been dropping really big amounts of time off his entry time. So keep an eye on those boys on the outside as we go through this 50.
Struggled a bit to get his hand on the wall there, did Oliver in lane 3 on the back to breast turn. Lifted his head a little bit early, so I don't know if he miscounted strokes from the flags to the wall, but that's something you work on a lot in training, is getting that timing right. Fraser Eagle in lane 6 got incredible breaststroke technique. He's gone through in first place here, probably about a second ahead of Oliver, so very dominant leg of breaststroke there. And he seems to be extending upon his lead.
Yeah, well, we knew he was going to come through pretty quickly in the breaststroke. It will be whether or not he can hang on. Looked to me like he had a little bit of a look over to the other side of the pool, because Oliver is really starting to make another little bit of a move in this freestyle.
Yeah, he's put himself under a lot of pressure there in the underwater, and it did look like Oliver got his hand on the wall first. He just came up a little bit early after that underwater, did 1 or 2 kicks, and just so eager to go have a look at his opponent. But well done to Oliver.
Heat 5 of 6, up and stroking and underway. The middle of the pool seem to be the leaders through here. Lachlan Bull, he turned in a 12.71. The lanes 3, 4 and 5 all entered as a 2:11, so look to be a great race between those athletes. Sticking with them out in lane 0, Scott Robinson, 28.57 was his split. And they're looking nice and strong throughout the middle lanes. After the backstroke, it's the 2 Surrey Park athletes with the lead, Lachlan Bull and Oscar Campbell. They're looking nice and comfortable as we hit the halfway point of this race. Turning first there will be Lachlan Bull, 101.59, followed by Oscar, 102.77, and Max Malone just sitting there comfortably at 103.93.
Yeah, I get the feeling Lachlan has quite a good breaststroke leg here, and he's seemed to have put a little bit of a gap on Oscar. Great turn there, 18.9, so you'd expect this to be around a 37-second 50 breaststroke. But all of these guys in the field are between 17 to 19 except for Lachlan, so he is definitely that next generation, and that's the exciting part of this 200, is it's an open age group event. So long as you have a qualifying time, you can be any age group.
Lachlan Bull leading the way through. He turned in a 139.20. He looks comfortably in the lead as we head to our last 25 metres, but coming off the wall really strongly there was Oscar Campbell. He had the better of the underwater. And a last-minute surge there from lane number 7, Leon Vidal. But we've got a battle between the two training partners. It'll be Oscar that gets there, 209.24. He's followed by Lachlan Ball, 209.51. And then rounding out third there for this heat, Leon Vidal, 211.82.
And away we go. It is our 6th and final heat of the men's 200-metre individual medley. And this one, we almost have a full pool of athletes racing. Going through in first will be Kynan Power down in lane 8. Some nice underwater work from the centre of the pool here. Has made this first 50 a little bit more even as we come into the turn.
Elson Lee had a great turn there, got his hands on the wall exactly at the right time, so you'd hope that he had a good turn, but it looks like lane number 8, Kynan Power, dominating this backstroke leg. This first 100, he definitely looks like he has the intention of setting the tone early. He might fall off a little bit towards the back end of the race, but he definitely wants to put those middle lanes under pressure, and if you're a younger athlete, you should definitely be watching how these guys conduct themselves, their skills, their technique, and how they move through the water. Race tactics is almost more important once you get to this kind of level.
Yeah, this race is shaping up quite similarly to what we saw in our 400 IM with Joshua Wachowski in lane 4, just sitting back early on in the race. Kynan also set that front end speed. We do know that he doesn't quite have the strength through the breaststroke like a few of these other boys who are coming through, and we're just seeing that breakaway now from the breaststrokers as we come to turn for the last and the final 50 of freestyle. Josh Wachowski goes through about 3 seconds ahead of Callum Rosetto and Elson Lee, and it looks like those boys are going to be the ones to try and pick up one of our medals in this event.
Yeah, this has got to be a 200 level swim here, maybe a 201 from Joshua here. It's going to be a massive PB, but just a look at how he flows through the water. He's not bouncing up and down, he's just moving forward with consistent pace, comes into the wall, 200.93, dominant swim, really close for second there. I would assume Elson Lee got his hand on the wall first, and in third place is Callum Rosetto. Great swim from all the boys there, 200 to 204, just missing out on that sub 2 minute mark, but excellent stuff from these older, more experienced swimmers.
Announcing the medalists for event 71, the girls 14 and under 200 metre individual medley. Winner of the bronze medal from MLC Aquatic, Mariella Simmons. Winner of the silver medal from Surrey Park, Annabella Kim. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:23.53 from Melbourne Swimming, Lucy Dolan. The women's 15 and over age group of the 200 metre IM, winner of the bronze medal from Surrey Park, Sierra Kaufman. Winner of the silver medal from DVE Aquatic, Emerson Hogan. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:14.92 from MLC Aquatic, Lucy Ma.
Time for some sprints now with event 73 hitting the water. It's the women's 18 and over 50-metre backstroke. Just the 2 times finals in this one this afternoon. And we come through the first 25. It looks to be lane 6. Shelby Morgan will go around 15.69. Got a nice gap between herself and the rest of the field. Riley Caldo, though, good underwaters. Almost pulled up alongside. Shelby maybe a little bit too good in that first 25. It's going to be close on the wall. Great touch there by Riley, and she will get the win. 32.21, just 8/100ths ahead of Shelby. 32.29, with Ella Ratton finishing in that third place spot. 33.21.
The faster heat here of the 2-timed finals. Great underwater here by lane number 4, Alicia Lever. Really dominant in this first 25. Comes down to the wall. Great timing. 14.5. She could be on for this record. It's a 28.40. Coming under the flags now. High stroke rate. 28.86. Excellent swim from her. Great timing, great skills, in and out. Did exactly what she needed to do in that race. In second place there is going to go to Amelia Kennedy. Third looked like it went to Grace Richards. But really well executed swim there from Alicia Lever.
Announcing the medalists for event 72, the boys 14 and under 200 metre individual medley. Winner of the bronze medal from MLC Aquatic, Fraser Blair. Winner of the silver medal from Ivanhoe Swim, Thomas Poppins. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:09.51 from Surrey Park, Lachlan Bull. The 15 and over 200 metre IM age group. Winner of the bronze medal from Nunawading, Callum Rosetto. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Alison Lee. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:00.93 from MLC Aquatic, Joshua Witkowski.
First heat of event 74, the boys 18 and over, 50 metre backstroke. Following on from the girls here, you're looking for these great skills because they're so crucial. They'll make up about 60% of this race. And it looks like lane number 5 here, Callum Rosetto, going to be leading us out early. Super high head position, bouncing around a little bit, trying to generate as much power through that stroke as possible. Really, really good swim from him, about half a second ahead of the rest of the field. 28.54 in second place there, going to Patrick in lane number 4. 28.5, that is an excellent PB from the 18-year-old there from Nunawading.
Away and racing now with our second and final of the time finals. Men's 18 and over 50 metre backstroke. Blink and you'll miss this one. Quick start there by Anthony Bassinas, 12.21. He goes through in first. Really long underwaters once again, utilising that full 15 metres under. Looks like he's going to hold on for the win here. 24.94 ahead of Yinok Zhang, 25.67, and Aidan Gleeson touches in third, 26.44. And that will be a new record for our 18 and overs.
Announcing the medalists for event 73, the girls 18 and over 50 metre backstroke. Winner of the bronze medal from Caulfield, Amelia Kennedy. Winner of the silver medal from DVE, Kyla Pratt. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 28.86 from Nunawading, Alyssa Lever.
In the water, we now have event 75. This is the girls 12-13 years 100 metre breaststroke. 7-time finals in this one for you guys this afternoon. Taking us through in this first 25. Looks to be lane 5, Ava Sun, 18.40 ahead of Chloe Yan. All girls in this event just under that 130 mark, around 128 high, 129 low. So we'll see who can get a personal best out of session 4.
Yeah, the main objective of this race is definitely going to be to set the tone early and see how far under their PB they can get. It's a very good swim, even swim early from the whole crew. Everyone in this race around that 40 to 41 second mark, which in theory, if they go even close to that on the second 50, they're all going to be in for massive PBs.
Yeah, they've certainly set themselves up with high hopes of dropping time. We have seen a lot of drops from our early heats and some from our later heats, so a lot of our faster athletes also getting some little PBs at the beginning of our short course season. Really nice underwater there from Ava Gassini to pull away from this field down the final 25. Charlotte Hoffman trying to go along with her as they come through under the flags. Keep an eye on that clock as they hit the wall. It will be Ava, 127.21 ahead of Charlotte, 128.21, and then Chloe Yan touches in third, 128.34.
100% PBs. Heat number 2 now of this 100 breaststroke, and a couple of faster times in here around that 227 to 228 mark. Each heat looks like it drops by about 1 to 2 seconds each time. But we know that that's not always going to be the case, as some of these early heats, they've really got nothing to lose. So they are going to have some really good swims from these outside lanes especially. You're seeing that from lane 0 out there, Jessie McDuff, and lane 9, Lily. Looks like lane 9 is going to lead us through so far, followed by lane 3, Lee. Fans up in the crowd going wild. Hopefully they can get their friends on or their family members to go a bit faster. Breaststroke always very well known for having the famous go call out every time you pop your head above the water. Whether it works and you can hear it or not, doesn't matter. It always makes the crowd feel a lot better. Lane number 3 here, really taking control of this race a little bit more. Waddleton out in lane 9 from Flyers, pushing her all the way to the end, but some good PBs about to come down here. Lane 3 taking it in ahead of lane 9. And Mammy out there in lane number 4 in 3rd position.
Underway now with our 3rd heat of the 12-13-year-olds, and great start there by lane 6, I should say, Yolanda Yu, taking us through in a 16.86. So she's really attacking the first half of this 100-metre breaststroke. I like that she still has a really good glide on the stroke there. So she's not overdoing it with her stroke rate. She will turn in first at the 50-metre turn now, well and truly in front. Goes through in a 37.87. Ahead of Caitlin Devlin, 39.90. And Sophie Zhao, 39.71. And she'll be holding that lead now into the final 25. Increasing the speed of the second 25 there. You can see she has picked up that stroke rate a little bit. This is going to be a great time. She came into this event with an entry time of 1:26. Looks like she's going to hit under that 1:20, just over maybe. It'll be close. 1:20.23 for Yolanda, 6-second drop. It will be Sophie Zhao in to second place, 1:24.17, and Caitlin Devlin 1:24.69 for third.
As we just click over the first hour of this heat, of this timed final session, we move on to heat number 4 here of event number 75. Some really good quality swimming out there from lane number 5 and lane number 9, leading the rest of the field through. Zoe there in lane 7 also going with them for the first 25. You don't want to get too far behind in 100. There's not a whole lot of time that you have to build into the race. You need to set that stroke early in the first 25 and then build from there and maintain as much speed as possible. You've seen the importance of these turns, getting your hands onto the wall quickly, and sometimes it's a good measurement that coaches use is hand touch to feet leave. You want that time well under a second, so when they come down to the wall, they touch their hand now and they kick their feet off now. You need that time to be as minimal as possible to make sure that you can save as much time as you can. It's still lane number 5 here. Lily Egan controlling the pace, really pushing towards that wall. Jasmine Wood here in lane number 9, not too far behind her. Great PB on track for both of these girls, 1:20.56. All 12-year-olds in this heat, and Jessica Harper, the only 13-year-old there, out in lane number 0. But 1:20.56, probably the second fastest time of this morning, but a great 5-second PB for the young ladies. We now move on to heat number 5. A bit more of a 13-year-old crowd in this heat with a couple of 12-year-olds sprinkled throughout it.
Yeah. These girls doing a great job here in that first 25. Really, really close between the whole field. You know, starting to see a few of those older ones come through. As Elliot said, a few more 13-year-olds in the mix rather than the 12-year-olds we saw in the beginning.
We come down to the 50-metre mark here, and it is Kiara out there in lane number 3, moving it on early. A couple of calls from the crowd for their athlete to get moving. I love seeing that breaststroke. You can definitely see the change in tempo between the athletes. Some of them like to have that long, easy stroke out the front. Others like to get as many strokes in as possible. But so long as you find a technique that works for you, that's all that matters. Lane number 5, Ella Robertson, has the best of the turns in this race. However, on top of the water swim speed is Jeffs in lane 4. She has the best swimming speed. She's closing down in the last 5 metres. Let's see who times their finish to perfection. And it looks like Ella Robertson just gets on the wall, choosing to glide there rather than take that extra little stroke, which Jeffs did in lane number 4. But a great swim from the young ladies. Very exciting. And in third place there was Kira Lau.
Second last heat of our 12, 13-year-old 100-metre breaststroke, hitting the pool now. Really nice start from lane 5, Charlotte Ford. Going with her early on will be Catherine Yim down in lane 8. She'll get the better of the touches there onto the turn, 16.37.
You saw the importance there of high-quality skills in the last heat. It definitely won Ella Robertson the race. Now let's see if these older girls and more experienced athletes can replicate that. Lane number 8 here, Catherine really pushing the pace, setting up not really well, keeping the hands out in front of her shoulders at all times, not getting too far behind herself and pushing her legs into that glide out the front. Never a dull moment. Really quick touch on the wall there, getting the feet off.
Yeah, you can just see she's got that little bit higher stroke rate than the other girls in the pool, which we like in our 100-metre breaststroke. You want to hold or hit that streamline point for just a fraction of a second before moving on to the next stroke. And she's held that all the way through that 100 there. Great time on the wall, 116.87. Ahead of Charlotte Ford, 118.07. And then it will be Alyssa Kotsopoulos down in lane 9 who touches third in a 119.17.
We've got the fastest heat athletes in the water now. The clubhouse time to beat is a 1:16. Most of these girls have PBs that are under it. A full field of 13-year-olds, so much more developed in their ways. They've got set structures and ways that they go about their training. A couple of these girls have probably gone to nationals over their time, maybe over the last long course season that just happened. So yeah, we'll see how much experience they've got.
Certainly, and some of them have just raced at the Australian School Nationals just this last week. Angelina Shang down in lane 6, who looked to have almost led us through. Very similar speed in that first 52. Annabella Kim over in lane 1, having competed over the last few days. So she's coming off the back of a great campaign at that School Sport Australia event. Annabella Kim, she's already had a few swims today and done really well. We've seen some great breaststroke from her in IMs, and now she's putting it into play in this 100. She's a bit of an outside smoker over there in lane 1. Bit difficult to see for some of the girls in the middle, but she's almost stroke for stroke with Angelina Shang. As we come down to the finish, it's going to be a quick swim, well under the record there. We'll wait for that time from lane 6. The win will go to Annabella Kim, 1:12.70 ahead of Angelina Shang, 1:13.17, and then it was Anna Kang who touched in third, 1:14.26. A ripper of a swim from the girls there.
Announcing the medalists for event 74, the boys 18 and over 50 metre backstroke. Winner of the bronze medal from Surrey Park, Aidan Gleeson. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Yinok Zhang. And winner of the gold medal in a new record time of 24.94 from Surrey Park, Anthony Businis. We have an infraction report for event 75, heat 1, lane 6, initiated a start before the signal. That's event 75, heat 1, lane 6.
We are underway here in the boys 12-13 100-metre breaststroke event number 76. Once again, seeing the importance of that racing that happens towards the end of these events. We've got 7 heats, much like we did in the girls. So you're looking for these skills and these stroke techniques to get refined a little bit in these early swims. Coaches having a good look at how they want their swims to be set up. We're going to have a lot more 12-year-olds in these early heats as well. So kids who are just trying to get some swims under the belt, understand how their stroke and race and body works a little bit better. Come through the first 75, 101.2 for Baxter there in lane number 3, that is. Really setting the tone early in this field. Coming down to the last 5 metres. Going to be around that 123 barrier. So 123.96 for him. In second place there is lane number 5 in a 125.8. And lane number 7 in a 125.8 as well. So close swim from these guys. Unfortunately, times haven't come up on the board yet, but we do have official times for them in the officials box here. Heat number 2 here. Great start, excellent glide from lane number 7 there. Really enjoyed that. Isaac didn't waste too much energy, just got moving in his event. But lane number 2 is going to lead it out. And that is Arlo Moore.
We've seen some good swims from Arlo. That's a name that I recall mentioning in a few earlier races, and those 2 boys over in 0 and lane 2 will turn in first and second. Panagiatis and Arlo go around almost together there. No wasting any time on the underwaters for those boys though. They're up and racing pretty quickly through into this second 50.
Yeah, Yeah, very impressive swim from lane 0 here. We've spoken about it multiple times. These guys setting the pace early, nothing to lose out there in lane 0, just having a good time. Coach can fill them with confidence and just say the crowd might not be looking at you, you know, the pressure's off. Just go out there and be yourself and show us what you've done in this training. And it looks like that is what lane 0 has been told early in this race. And coming down to the last 5 metres, he wins it in a time of 1:21.7. Second goes to lane 2, 1:23.6. And in third place is lane 4, 1:25.41.
Heat 3 in the water, off and racing. Out in lane number 0. Having a wonderful first 50.
Yeah, it looks like lane 0, the swimmer from Nuttawading, Lucas Du, setting the pace early, taking it out. Leads him in a 38.1. Second place is Zheng, 39.0, and in third place is Dow, 39.2. Leading them early. We've got very different strokes here. You see a couple of these kids want to keep their body lower to the water and just propel forward. Others trying to get up and get their torso quite high, get their hips up high so that they can kick into that streamline, almost swim downhill. But whatever technique you have, so long as it works for you, and whatever technique Lucas has got out there in lane number 0 is working for him. He's fading a little bit towards the end here, but still a dominant swim over the rest of the field. 1:21.1. In second place there is lane number 5, 1:23.2, and Zheng in a 23.5.
And our board back up and working now as we hit heat 4 of 7, men's 12-13 years. 100-metre breaststroke, lane 3, Zipping Howe out quick, 16.03 ahead of Caleb Smith and Mason Doe.
Yeah, officials got that back up and working relatively quickly. Usually with these technical errors, they can really hold up the meet. We decided to push ahead, just get through the heats, make sure we're not falling too far behind the timeline. First place here, once again, keeping that head close to the water. Just still keeping his chin in contact and just focusing on that high stroke rate in order to get them through. There's two things that help your stroke go faster. You can either improve your stroke length or improve your stroke rate, and it looks like stroke rate is what lane number 3, Howe, is choosing in his technique, and it is working for him in this heat. And Mason Dew in lane number 6 coming back towards him here. Oh, sorry, lane number 7 there. It's Caleb Smith, but 117.4 leads us through this heat. Caleb Smith in a 118.3 takes out second place. So a little bit faster in this heat. And you can see that we're moving towards the end of this event, so you're going to get faster and faster times as we go.
This one is our 5th heat. Once again, some outside speed early on. Lane 1, Alisai Dishluk will go through 16.27, similar to what we saw from the previous heat. Zane Metenje in lane 4, also looking good early on in this 100. It is easy sometimes for our younger athletes to think 100 metres is more of a distance event, but it is a full-on sprint. You really have to attack this first 50 as Zane goes through 35.45 ahead of Alisai, 35.89 with Roger Tao sitting in third just ahead of Lark Privatelli.
It was a really fast first 50 there from Zane as well as Alisai, but Zane seems to be just ever so slightly ahead. He's got 15 metres left to swim and still looking really strong out in front. He knew he went out fast and was hoping that he could hold on, which he has done. He gets a good touch on the wall here. He'll take out heat number 5, 1:15.35, followed by Alisai, 1:15.99. And touching third there was Lark Privatelli, 1:17.23.
Breaking through now from our 6th heat. Elijah Lamont, good starting underwater, early speed between him and Austin Yuan. Not a lot separating them, about 8/100ths of a second. Jason Wang, good underwater from him.
It's really wonderful to see the youngsters here, 12 years of age, having really great skills. Austin Yuan, 34.10, followed by Elijah Lamont, 34.70. And they've just got wonderful split strokes off the wall, and it's so great to see a 12-year-old doing that here at Metro Champs.
100%, and we are seeing that those skills are the differences between our winners and our medalists and those who are dropping big amounts of time compared to some of the other athletes here as we turn for home. Quite the race on our hands now. Austin Yuan looks to be in control of maybe touching the wall first. Elijah coming back a little bit last minute here with Ashun Gill in the mix to touch in third, but it will be Austin, 112.86 ahead of Elijah, 113.53. And then touching in third place there, 115.03 for Sean Gill.
It's our final heat for our boys, 12 to 13-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Some fast swimming for our young'uns here this evening. Lane number 4. He will touch the wall first, 15.28, but a wonderful split stroke there from lane number 3, Zhu Yuan 2. But James Bigelow in lane 4, he's really dominant on top of the water.
Yeah, he certainly has a much higher stroke speed in the breaststroke element or component of this event. It's just being outdone a little bit on some of those underwaters. The boys making up quite a lot of ground there, so certainly something he can improve on because that speed on the top of the water has been great. Starting to move through now, though, is lane 5, Thomas Johnson, who's almost closed the gap with 25 metres left to swim.
Yeah, Thomas Johnson is the better off the turns, but James Bigelow's got that speed on top of the water as we come down to the final 10 metres, and Thomas is really starting to gain on James here. Can he do enough to get there? I'm not sure. It'll be James Bigelow, 1:10.20, followed by Thomas Johnson, 1:10.55, and then touching third there, Tommy Zhao, 1:12.71. Announcing the medalists for event 75, the girls 12 to 13 100-metre breaststroke. Winner of the bronze medal from Nunawading, Anna Kang. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Angelina Shang. And winner of the gold medal in a new metro record time of 1:12.70 from Surrey Park, Annabella Kim.
Moving on to event number 77, the women's 100-metre individual medley multi-class event. I'm sure it's been said many times over, but obviously multi-class events are not always the first person to touch the wall. It is based off of what your ranking is according to world record. So whatever your FINA points are going to be at the end of the race. Most athletes in this race are SM19 athletes, but we do have Ruby Halliday out in lane 7 as a SM8 and Molly Griffin as an SM7. We'll see how they go here through the 50-metre mark of the SM19 athletes. Grace Ryder, she is the 18-year-old from Ivanhoe Swim, being pushed by Jessica McDermott of Western Melbourne Propulsion. Very close in this 75-metre mark. We'll see how the skills are. Ryder got up and racing a little bit earlier. However, on top of the water, the swim speed definitely goes to Jessica McDermott. Although breathing the other way, has chased her down and swum over the top of Grace Ryder. 1:16.88, massive PB for her, and a 1:17.5, also a PB there for Grace Ryder. Coming into the wall now, we have Abigail, and in lane 6 is Abby Glarin, Ruby Halliday, and Scarlett Morgan finishing out the swim there. 4 medals and 4 PBs for Ruby throughout this week, so she's had a very impressive week. But always good to see these athletes giving it a go, and we'll see how they line up on the ranking points.
Announcing the medalists for event 76, the boys 12 to 13-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Winner of the bronze medal, Tommy Zhao. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne Vic Centre, Thomas Johnson. And winner of the gold medal from Ivanhoe Swim in a time of 1:10.20, James Bigelow. We have an infraction report for event 76, heat 2, lane 7, did not touch the wall with both hands simultaneously at the 75-metre turn. That's event number 76, heat 2, lane 7.
We move on now to event number 78, the men's 100-metre individual medley multi-class. Unfortunately missing lane 4. Miles Parfitt there in lane number 5, leading them through. Very dominant after this first 50 metres. Had the fastest butterfly and the fastest backstroke legs. 17.61 for his backstroke leg. That's very impressive. He gets up and starts working in this breaststroke, tucks those elbows in and pushes them towards the wall. We see him get a nice touch onto the wall, turn and go home for this freestyle. Not everyone in this race is the same classification. He's SM19. SM9 is what Hamish Keenan there is in lane number 3. Coming down to the wall now, touching in a 108.30. So a 5/100ths of a second under his PB. Great swim from the young man and a 109.75 from Hamish Keenan. Good PB from him as well. Out there in lane number 0, we got Ahmed Kelly. Normally when he does these individual medley events, obviously in long course, they're a 150 rather than a 200 because he can't do all of the races, or all of the strokes, sorry, because of his classification. So he is usually on the world stage racing against Grant Scooter Patterson in these 150-metre events, but he's having a crack at the short course. Haven't quite kept track of what he's done in relation to butterfly, breaststroke and freestyle. But being watched over by the officials here in lane 0. Coming down to the wall. Once again, just mentioning that it's not always going to be where you finish first, second, third on the wall, but rather your FINA points classification relating to your disability. And that is a 221.75 for Ahmed after the 100 there. We move on now to event number 79, the girls 14-15 200-metre freestyle.
In the water now, we have our swimmers from event 79, the 14-15 year girls 200-metre freestyle. 6-time finals in this one this evening. And taking us through in that first 25 will be Thalia Damianidis out of lane 5. The 3 girls in this particular heat all come in with times around that 2:23 mark. So they set some nice high goals. Going under 2:20 is always a great little goal to have in your head and try to break that point.
Nice to see so many heats here this afternoon at the end of the championships. Girls doing such an amazing job over the last 3 sessions. You know, it's tough to have a 200 freestyle at the back end of the racing. It's always a tough weekend backing up race after race. Alexis Webb in lane number 4. Talia in lane number 5. They're pretty well neck and neck. Alexis will turn first, 106.16, followed by Talia, 106.82. So those girls have set themselves up really nicely to go under that 2:23 that they've got entered.
Yeah, they certainly have. And I think the 200 freestyle, and this is an argument that I have quite often with a lot of my athletes, I honestly believe this is if not the hardest race, but certainly one of the most difficult races, because a lot of our other form stroke 200s, butterfly, backstroke and breaststroke, you can have that easier speed at the start. You can almost build through. The 200 these days is becoming a sprint. You have to go almost flat out from start to finish. We have such a high reputation within our state, but within our country, of incredible 200-metre freestylers who just absolutely let rip from the get-go and really put the pressure on from the start, which makes this so extremely difficult.
Yeah, we saw Kai Taylor do that at our recent Commonwealth Games, and he really just held on. He went out so fast, and that's exactly what this race is turning into. The 1500 was always the sprint, and the 200 is within that calibre now. As we come down to the finish, some great times here from these girls. Talia 2:18.27, followed by Alexis 2:19.96. So some great drops of time for these girls. As we finish off the race, Annabelle Sun will finish third in that heat.
Away in Heat 2 now of this 200 freestyle. I'll tell you what, I know we're in Heat 2 and we're not meant to look too far ahead, but I am very excited for the last heat of this. We've got Kiara Jeffs going up against Lucy Ma. There's going to be a great race. Both of them very close on their PBs.
Yeah, we certainly have some great racing coming up, and hopefully we get some great racing out of this heat as well. Taking us through the first 50 will be Eve Waddell. We've seen her do some nice drops across the weekend. She set herself out there, 31.19, ahead of Eve Perry down in lane 9, who was out quickly as well, 31.97. Now these girls come in even closer to that 220 mark, and we saw two of the girls out of the first heat drop under, so some nice personal bests. We'll see how many more we can get under that 220 out of this heat. Now we know that in the previous heat, a 106 was the pace that allowed those athletes to break under, and as we come into the turn, these girls are going to sit around that 106 as well, maybe just over. So 3 girls turn in 107.
Yeah, this 200 freestyle, the tactics that a lot of these elite swimmers want to use is go out, set yourself up in that first 50, and then repeat. Find the fastest time you can, usually 1.5 to 2 seconds off that first 50, and hold it for the last 3 50s. I personally believe that the 200 freestyle was one of the hardest events on the program because unfortunately it was short enough that you had to sprint the whole way, so it was very challenging on the body. So a lot of bravery from these girls to get out there and get this event going on the last session of the last day of this competition of the UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Championships. Once again, we've got outside lanes dominating this heat.
Yeah, they're doing so well. That was a great 50 there from Ruby Morgan to push her way through nicely into that lead now ahead of Isla Smith, who's almost really back-ending this race. She sat back a little bit more in the first 100, and she's built through beautifully. She's going to try to chase down Ruby Morgan as we come in to the finish, but it won't quite be enough. Ruby gets the touch under that 220 mark again. Great job. 218.02. Eve Perry just 2/100ths in front of Isla Smith there. 219.01 and 219.03. Great work, girls.
Heat number 3 underway now. Mostly 15-year-olds in this heat. Quite a lot of 15-year-olds coming up in these later heats. Couple of 14-year-olds in the final, of these heats. But moving on here, we only have the 2 14-year-olds in this one, and they're right next to each other out in lane 0 and lane 1. But underway, the leader is going to be Simone Way. We saw her earlier in this program, so this will be her second event of the day. Was it the 200 medley that we saw her? And that's a tough backup. Both 200s, getting them out of the way early tonight or this afternoon. Definitely going to be very tired, have a good night's rest tonight after these kind of races.
I think this is the point in the competition where you start pleading with your coach for tomorrow morning off.
Oh, I think any coach that makes their swimmer swim tomorrow morning is a little bit insane, if you ask me, especially after the amount of Ks and work that these swimmers are going to put in over the weekend. These are extra sessions, extra miles in the shoulders. Obviously, you don't want to push these athletes too hard, too young, and start them on a path of injury. So there's a fine balance between pushing their body to the limit and getting good recovery off of it, and actually setting them on a path and overdoing it and having to play catch-up for the rest of their career. But these girls nice and young, they'll be taking care of themselves. Lane 4 here, Millie Charlton. Very dominant swim so far. Been coming back in this last 100 metres. This middle 100 has been very good from her. 17.2, put about a half a second gap on Simone Way.
Yeah, she's built through this race quite nicely out of lane 4. So obviously fastest qualifier from this heat coming into the event at 2:18.96. Only one to break under the 2:19 mark. Swimming really comfortably by the looks, got that good consistent rhythm. She's just held on. I think consistency's been the key for Millie in this one. Really similar splits all the way throughout, and she's going to time it to perfection into the wall here in a nice time of 2:11.36, so massive drop for her. Simone Way, also big PB, 2:13.20, and then third place came from down in lane 9. Ada touches in a 2:15.33.
Heat number 4 now. We're about halfway through these events of the 200 freestyle for the females. India Condom, we saw that name earlier as well in the 200 individual medley. So once again backing up, similar to Simone in the heat before. Entry times here ranging from that 2:15 to the 2:18 mark. So it might see a bit of a wide spread between these athletes, but we'll see how many of these girls can get under their PB. But a 30.0 is definitely not too shabby for your first 50.
Taylor Miller came off that 25-metre wall really well, set herself up for a nice 30.09 for that first 50. She continues to lead her way through. Next to her, Zoe Skepper, trying to challenge Taylor throughout this second 50 of the race. The girls over the other side of the pool, they're the ones leading through. 104.66 followed by 104.90, so they're very close here, not much separating them.
Yeah, definitely not. It looks like you've got those first two starting to break away there in lanes 4 and 3, and everyone else is kind of levelling themselves out behind them. However, lane number 6 here, that's Rogers right there. She's pushing through in this third 50. They call it the championship 50 because it sets up your race. You can't really fall too far behind in that first 100, but the pain definitely kicks in that third 50. And you see that she had the fastest time in that last 25, another green time on the board. Hopefully she hasn't used up too much of her energy too early.
Yeah, real battle here between these two girls, Zoe Skepper and Taylor Miller. Taylor Miller just slightly pushing that harder through this 25. You can see she's starting to build, as well as Ava Rogers in lane 6. She's starting to make a move through as well. These girls will be hurting at this point in the race, but a nice last-minute surge there from Ava Rogers. Taylor Miller, though, she's done a wonderful job throughout this 200, set herself up nicely. 2:13.38, followed by Zoe Skepper, 2:14.89, and over in lane 9, touching third there, Ali Hutchinson, 2:15.70.
So still the fastest time set so far is that 2:11 from Mealy Charlatan in the heat before last. We are in heat 5 now, so the penultimate heat, missing a couple of people out of these somewhat middle lanes here. You can definitely see these girls, there's definitely a bit of a step up in class here. The way that they're using their legs, constant pressure on the water. They're not got any real catch up in their stroke. They're just constantly moving themselves, not slowing down too much. And leading out there in a 29.7 is lane number 9 again. Really impressive swim early. It's all about how well can they hold on to this constant pressure that this 200 free puts forward for them.
Arielle Cole, she's doing a wonderful job out in lane number 9, really putting herself in the mix to swim a wonderful 200-metre freestyle, being really brave out in that first 100 metres. As we head down to the halfway point, and these girls are very much together. There's not much in between them. Arielle just slightly in front, 103.82. She's doing a great job here to stick in front of the pack as the girls start to try and move through this third 50.
Yeah, I was looking at Hope Christian in lane 4 there. She was the only one to have a green time up on the board on the 50 to the 75 metre mark, and she had the fastest time on the 75 to the 100 metre mark. So her plan is obviously to build into this race. Once again, got a green time on the board, building from that first 50, set up the stroke, go from there. Another green time on the board, and is one of the only people in the field to have it. You can see the absolute cream rise to the top here. Really, really powerful stroke. Wasn't too concerned with falling behind in that first 50 because she knew she had extra energy to give in the last 100 metres.
She's raced her own race here. It's been a wonderful one. She is really starting to put in her afterburners. You can see her stroke rate is completely lifted, as well as over in lane 1, Matilda Draper. She's done the same as well. Hope Christian will touch the wall first, though, 2:09.81. What a wonderful time there for her. Matilda Draper, 2:10.91, and then Arielle Cole there, 2:12.51, rounds out heat number 5.
So the race that I've been looking forward to for a couple of minutes now, the two MLC girls going head-to-head in the middle of the pool, as well as lane number 7 there, Lucy Reed, also from MLC, also 15 years old. That must be an excellent training group to swim with on a day-in, day-out basis. They know that they've got to race each other when they come to these major meets later in the year. Let's see if they can build on it, similar to what Hope Christian did in the last event. That was so impressive. The last 5 or 6 times that were up on the board were all green, constantly improving. It's got to be one of the first times that I've seen that in a race. But Kira Jeffs is really setting the tone early. We know that she's incredible at the 100 butterfly as well, so she's got a lot of power in her stroke. But Lucy Ma, more of that 400 freestyler, 200 IMer, so she's got a bit of more of a distance background. Let's see if she can catch her in this last 100 metres.
Well, it's a fast first 100 there from Kira, 1:00.02. Lucy Ma, 1:01.17. At this point in the race, Kira's got a body length over Lucy, but as Elliot just said, I wouldn't be surprised if Lucy starts to make her way up on the hip of Kira in this third 50. I think that Kira knows exactly that is going to happen, so she's still building through here and has actually really pushed through this third 50, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah, this is what I was saying before about the championship 50. So she set another time that's slightly faster than Lucy Ma, 0.2 faster on that last 25. I can't see her getting beat here. Lucy Dolan in lane 6 putting in a great effort as well. These guys will be just in and around that record time. Watch out for that 2:03.86 for the Metro Short Course Championship record. We'll see how close they can get to that. But breathing twos towards her teammate, Kira Jeffs, really going to come down to this wall, get her hand on there first. 2:02.49, excellent swim. Lucy Ma, a little bit too little, too late. coming back in that sub-15 time, so a very impressive back end there. She's constantly keeping in touch, but just out of reach. And Lucy Dolan in third place. Unsure of the time right now, but they'll use Hawkeye to ratify that she did come in third place there. Great swim from the girls, just under that record time.
Announcing the medalists for event 77, our mixed 100-metre individual medley multi-class for women. The girls 14 and under age group, winner of the bronze medal from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Scarlett Morgan. Winner of the silver medal from Essendon District, Abby Glaran. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 1:16.88 from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Jessica McDermott. The 15 and over age group, winner of the bronze medal from Nunawading, Abigail Garbellini. Winner of the silver medal from Ivanhoe, Grace Ryder. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 1:32.37 from MLC Aquatic, Ruby Halliday. Announcing the medalists for event 78, our men's mixed 100-metre individual medley multi-class. The boys 14 and under age group, winner of the bronze medal from Essendon District, Jaden Brooks. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Henry O'Brien. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 1:21.36 from Caulfield Aquatics, Phoenix Zhang. The men's 15 and over age group, winner of the bronze medal from Camberwell Grammar, Ming Zi Pang. Winner of the silver medal from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Hamish Keenan. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:21.75 from Melbourne Vic Centre, Ahmed Kelly.
We now move on to event number 80, the boys 14-15 years 200-metre freestyle. Once again, we got 6 heats of this event. Unfortunately, couldn't merge these first 2 heats. Only got 2 swimmers here, with the third one pulling out and only 1 spot available in the next heat by the looks of it. So we got to stick with the 6 heats. And Lucas Cook leading them through early over Matthew Cow. The boy from Melbourne Swim Club, just in front of the 15-year-old from M1, training out there in Monash. Definitely see these guys later on in these later heats have these underwaters where they're more efficient and quick to get to the surface of the water. Some of them might do that 4 to 5, 6 kicks. A couple more might have those 3 to 4, maybe even 2, just to push off the wall and get up and fast. That's something that Mac Horton did very well in his Olympic career, was just making it as efficient as possible and relying on his swim speed to get him through each of the races. But obviously in short course you've got a couple more turns and it can be a little bit more draining on the body.
It really depends on the athlete's strengths and weaknesses. Lucas Cook here doing a great job through this 200-metre freestyle, trying to stick with him. Matthew over in lane number 5, entry times of 2:21. There's only 0.1 of a second between them on the entry time. 1:44.23 there for Lucas and 1:46.83 for Matthew Kao. So they're having a wonderful race down here for heat number 1.
Yeah, once again, you're trying to see those consistent splits. They're both around the 18-second mark, 18 mids. However, Lucas is kind of just adding around about half a second each 25, which will obviously add up pretty quickly by the time you finish at 200. And coming down to the wall there, Lucas finishing in a 2:19.33 compared to Matthew's 2:24.11. Good PB there for Lucas.
Heat 2 into the water now. 200 metre freestyle, men's 14, 15 years. Almost a full heat here, so a lot more racing on the cards for us. Will be lane 3 leading us through at the 35 metre mark. Lucas Martins turn in first. Split time there under the 30, 29.13. Raymond Grave behind, 29.70. And Felix Jones turns in third, 29.93. Also sneaking under that 30-second mark through the first 50.
Yeah, you see a lot of red times on the board at the moment. Lincoln Norgate, the only one to have a green time and build upon that first 50. So maybe look for him to move through the field. I'd feel pretty confident that he could potentially be up there towards the last 100 of this race if he's setting himself up early. Unfortunately, can't quite see what his split there was on the last 25. But still not too far off the pace. Lucas Martins out there in lane number 3 with the fastest 25 leading into that 100 metre mark.
Yeah, holding a really nice streamline off each of his walls is Lucas Martins. You just see him a few extra kicks compared to a few of the other athletes, so he definitely has the advantage as he comes off the wall. I'm also liking how relaxed he's making this look. Does look like he might have a little bit left to bring home in this final 50.
Yeah, I wonder if he's related to, is it Lucas Martins that owns the 400 freestyle world record? I wonder if he gets some inspiration off him as well. Models his stroke and his name off the young man. Obviously, he'll be racing a little bit later this year in the European Championships in that 400 free, trying to defend his title. But right now in heat number 2, we have Raymond Grave dominating the field, really pushed in that last 50 metres. And it finishes in a 2:08.15. Second place there going to Felix Jones. And third place, Lucas Martins in a 2:11.0. Great swims. Good consistent splits from the young men, especially coming into that last 100. Underway in heat number 3 here of this event. We have quite a range of swimmers across here. The majority of them are 14-year-old age group, but mixed in with 2 15-year-olds in the field in lane number 2 and lane number 8. Joshua Gilly. We see lane 9 leading it out early, or sorry, lane 5, but lane 9 pushing the pace in this second 25. Take the lead in this first 50 metres, 30.0.
Yeah, really close between those first 3 athletes. Only less than 1/10 of a second between them. And across on their entry times, really similar as well, we're seeing again. But we saw about a 10-second drop from entry time to final time in our previous heat for Raymond Grave, going 2:08. So he's dropped a sub 2:10 from the second heat. Can we get any more through from these boys? Out of the third one, they come in around our fastest qualifier, Aaron Gawan, in lane 4. He's the closest to that at 2:12, but setting the pace, as you said, is those outside lanes. We saw lane 9 have the early speed through the first 50, and as we hit the 100-metre mark, it's lane 2, Leon Anker, 102.99, ahead of Samuel Hahn, 103.36 in lane 0.
Yeah, I really like the technique that Leon's got here. Look at how on his left hand he just places it into the water. He doesn't chuck it down and slap and create those bubbles underneath his hand. He places it in, lets the air bubbles slide off to the side, and then really grip onto the water there. It's very good technique from the young man that could serve him well later in his career if he can develop the strength to go with the technique that he has there. But speaking of strength, out in lane number 7 here, the swimmer from Surrey Park, Sean Wang, great last 50 metres that he's had that has really pushed the pace and given him a chance to take out this heat.
Yeah, a lot of these boys have really built through, and one of them being lane 5, Nate Anderson, coming through nicely It's going to be close as they hit the wall here, but it will be Leon Anker who just holds on in that 209.73. Nate Anderson 210.08, almost broke under it. And then Aaron Gouin finishes in the PB as well, 210.71.
Underway here with heat number 4. It's very impressive to see the production around these events and how well they're put together now. Obviously, we're live streaming on YouTube to the Swimming Victoria YouTube channel, but also just the board that you can see on the far side there, giving the time of the leader, giving our sponsors like Mattioli, Funky Trunks, UNCLOUD and Swim Merch. And you obviously can't run an event like this without those sponsors. So we just want to say a massive thank you to them, Beyond Bank as well. If you want to go and get some Funky Trunks or Funk Heater apparel, they're proud sponsors of Swimming Victoria, and you can check out their pop-up shop upstairs to potentially get yourself some merch.
Yeah, and what an event to walk away with some fond memories, some fast swims, and of course some incredible merchandise. We check in on our 4th heat of 6 in the 14-15 years 200 metre freestyle, and we'll be lane 5 leading us out sub-minute 58.73 from Fraser Blair. We've seen him put together some really good middle distance races, including a couple of good 400s. This 200 free he's doing brilliantly. Was a really good start early on from Daniel Walter, who's still holding on to that second place spot, but Oliver Steely now in lane 3 starting to creep up right alongside him.
Yeah, it's a very dominant performance. He's got a massive 6-beat kick out the back of his stroke here, does Fraser Blair. And we saw him earlier, I believe, picked up a medal here, potentially in the 200 IM. So we know that he's a good quality athlete coming through this field. And he's got that nice loping stroke, puts his hand in the water and just rips past it. Good technique on the young man, tucks his knees in nice and close to his chest and pushes off the wall with some vigorous intent. We can see him coming down to this last 15 metres. Let's see how his skills are, holding his breath in the last 5. Coach would definitely want to be paying attention to that. Does a very good job. Stretches out onto the wall in a 2:00.62, just ahead of Oliver Seeley in lane number 3, 2:04.96. Great swim from the young man, 2:00. That will definitely put him in contention for those point scoring towards the end of this heat, or the end of this event, sorry.
Our second last heat for our boys 14 to 15-year-old 200 metre freestyle have hit the water. Got some athletes missing from this heat. The best of starts coming from the middle of the pool, as well as over in lane number 8, Oscar Zhu. He'll turn first, 27.64. He's followed by Tian Chi, 27.81.
Yeah, there's some good quality swimmers here. You can once again see these outside lanes pushing the pace early, which isn't too uncommon. They need to get themselves involved and into the race somehow. It's just to make sure that they don't push hard in that first 50 or 100 metres, that they are instead having that easy speed. And it's very hard to explain, but as an athlete, they would know what I mean. Easy speed is just letting the adrenaline push them through that first half of the race, but really they need to focus on setting up their strokes so that they can increase the stroke rate towards the end. It looks like Lev out there in lane 3 is the one doing the best job at that. Good skill there, getting his legs onto the wall. 1 or 2 kicks straight up and backing himself on the swim section, really putting some good distance between him Alfred and Nick in there in lane 4.
Lev Dishliak turning there 129.01, followed by Alfred Hahn in lane number 2. So they've really pushed through that middle 100, and that's given him the distance and lead over this last 50 metres. He's got 25 metres left to swim, and I don't think anyone's catching him from this point out. In fact, he just looks like he's getting stronger and stronger. Look at that kick that he's got coming into the wall. He'll touch in a time of 1:58.96. He's followed by Tianchi 2:02.97, Alfred Hahn 2:03.24. So that's a great swim there from Lev.
And off we go now with our 6th and final heat of the 200-metre freestyle for our 14, 15-year-old girls. Hopefully we should see a pretty fast swim here from the boys. We did see Liam Paulson break that 4-minute barrier in the 400 earlier today, so halving that distance, and he's taking this one out pretty quickly through the first 50.
Yeah, very impressive swim here. You can see that 6-beat kick behind him that he's got. It's pushing him through the back end of his stroke, and he's got a good, nice, relaxed rhythm. Doesn't look like he's overexerting himself too much here. Got that fast speed dominating the field early, obviously without Ishak Ismail in lane 5. Edward Pollard is the fastest seed time near him, but it's going to be hard to beat the 1:53 that he's got as his entry time. We'll see how close he can get to that record if he's on track for it, but a 1:54.33, he just needs to come back in a 59 second, and that could be his.
He certainly set himself up in some good early speed here for that possibility to break his personal best. And if he does that, he should be pretty close to the record time there set by Harry Heath in a 1:53.53. Continuing to pull away will be Liam Paulson as he hits the 150-metre mark, turns for home. Another 14.52 split, so looking the goods to come in under that 59. Keep an eye on the times there, whether we can see another record fall at these championships. Edward Pollard in lane 3 has come in now as second fastest seed, and he's holding on to that second place position. The battle for third well and truly in play between lanes 7 and 6 in Daniel Collins and Benjamin Shang.
Yeah, exactly. And Liam Paulson coming down to the wall now, hopefully holding his breath for that last 5 metres. Gets his hand on the wall, 1:51.61. What a demolishing of that record that is. Edward Pollard in second place there, 1:56.56. And in third there, it looks like Daniel Collins, 1:57.8.
That was a ripper finish.
Oh, hell of a finish.
Announcing the medalists for event 79, the girls 14 to 15, 200-metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Lucy Dolan. Winner of the silver medal from MLC Aquatic, Lucy Ma. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro Short Course record time of 2:02.49 from MLC Aquatic, Kira Jeffs.
Event number 81, the girls 16-17 100-metre breaststroke is now underway. We've only got 2 heats of this event, so some of these more established athletes choosing not to potentially enter this event as commonly as the other events, obviously coming off a big long course season where the Nationals were just a couple of months ago, and especially trials were not too long. And this is in the short course season, this is where a lot of these coaches really hammer the athletes to make sure that they've got this good quality work in so that they're ready for the long course season. So some people might not be turning up to this event, but we can only comment on the people who are here, and Amelia Greaves dominating this field early, the only one out in that sub-37 mark in a 36.27.
Yeah, talking about people turning up, Amelia Greaves has turned up the heat in this 100-metre breaststroke. Comes in with an entry time of 1:18, but threw in that 36. Looks to be holding on pretty well through the second 50 here. She'll turn for home about 2 seconds in front of her competitors. Keep an eye on the time. I think she's going to drop from that personal best. Really powerful through the stroke. Sitting in second place is Olivia Mack as we come down now under the flags. That will be Amelia, 1:16.54. Beautiful swim from her. 1:20.68 for Olivia. She touches in second, with Jacqueline Ho in third, 1:21.39.
Our second and final heat of our girls 16 to 17-year-old 100-metre breaststroke hits the water. Missing lane 4 here opens up the field for Vera Zhang and Zara Olawani in the middle of the pool, and the rest of the field. And it looks to be Vera Zhang in lane 3, who has come up nice and fast off that turn, as well as Yuji Liu in lane number 6. So we come down to the halfway point. And it'll be Vera Zhang at 34.54, followed by Yu Ji, lane number 6.
Yeah, Vera Zhang on a little bit of an island by herself. Nobody either side of her. So as far as getting the best race out of yourself, this is how I preferred to swim, was just by myself focusing on what I needed to do. But sometimes when you just want to get your hand on the wall first, it's good to have people next to you to push the pace and get that little bit out of yourself. It looks like Liu there in lane number 6. Great technique, getting up high out of the water, has the fastest swim speed, and is going to touch the wall first here unless Vera can do something very impressive on the wall. It looked like Liu took it though. We'll wait for the Hawkeye to give us an official time, but Vera Zhang in second place there, 1:13.73. Leader Liu is a 1:13.20, and in third place all the way out there in lane number 8 is Cassandra Isabel in a time of 1:14.
Announcing the medalists for event 80, the boys 14 to 15-year-old 200-metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from Flyers, Daniel Collins. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne, Edward Pollard. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro record time of 1:51.61 from Melbourne Vic Centre, Liam Paulson. We have an infraction report for event 80, heat 4, lane 7, initiated a start before the signal. That's event 80, heat 4, lane 7.
And moving into the water now is event 82, the boys 16, 17 years, 100-metre breaststroke. 3-time finals in this one for you guys this afternoon. Taking us through will be Liam Walker, 14.87, and he holds on to that lead as we come up to the 50-metre turn, although Harrison Baxter really pushed from flags into the wall there and timed his turn to perfection, 33.27 for him on the wall.
Yeah, setting up that race early. Very impressive there from lane 4. He's got a great glide out in front. His stroke length is really good. Doesn't need to increase his stroke rate if the speed is maintained through the recovery phase. Gets a nice 8, 9, 10 metres off the wall there. Once again, a bit of extra free speed that you can get. Although there's a lot of resistance underwater, if you can minimise that, it's a great way to get yourself further down the field. And now he comes down to the wall in a 1:10.25. Second place there is Liam Walker in a 1:12.90. A couple of PBs there for the young men of these 16, 17-year-olds. Heat number 2 underway of 3. Out here we've got the majority of the field on the left hand, or at the bottom half of the field as you're looking at it on your screens, is 16-year-olds. Top half of the field is 17-year-olds. So a bit of a divide here. And the 17-year-olds in the middle of the field are the ones taking it out early. Lanes 4, 5. Looks like you've got Max Malone there on 31.48. So if he can come back in around that 35, 36, 37 mark, he's going to have a good PB. He doesn't want to be too far off that, though. The majority of these guys just want to get swimming early and get a good PB on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can look up and be even close to your entry time at this point of the competition, you're doing a great job. So those who are dropping time off here are doing an even better effort. Max Malone, he looks like he's going to have led from start to finish as he comes in to touch the wall here. Solid swim, 106.70. It will be Kaisei Kojima who touches in second there, 107.53, ahead of Samuel Mills, 107.67.
On to the final heat now. And we're missing quite a few out of lane 6, lane 7, lane 0 and lane 2. So basically everyone in this field is going to have a good chance at these medals, but lanes 3, 4 and 5 you'd expect are the main culprits that are going to walk away with the silverware today.
Yeah, and all three of those athletes come in sitting around the 103 mark. Our record sits at 102. So we'll see if anyone can get close to that. Set themselves up nicely. Leo Dong through in 29.35 ahead of Harold Zhu. Nothing between him and Xavier Eagle as they come down now with 30 metres left to swim.
Yeah, I would definitely say that Leo Dong looks a lot more powerful of those three athletes, but I think Harold Zhu might have the best technique here. However, power is going to beat technique in a bit of a more of a short course setting. I'd love to know how they compare against each other long course wise, but a great swim here from Leo Dong. Going to take out the gold medal, 102.35, well under that PB, and it's well under, or no, equal with the record. So we're going to be tied there. You're going to see two names, high fives from the two competitors that obviously race each other on a weekly basis. Congratulations there to Leo Dong.
Announcing the medalists for event 81, the girls 16 to 17-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Winner of the bronze medal from Essendon District Aquatic, Angelina Nguyen. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Vera Zhang. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 1:13.20 from Surrey Park, Yuji Liu.
Diving in here with event 83. This is the girls 18 and over 100 metre freestyle, 3-timed finals for this event this evening. And as we hit that first 25 metre wall, it's nice and close between our athletes, 3-100 separating Kayla Sortner and Lucinda Draper.
Yeah, it's usually hard to get a gauge on some of these early heats and how many of them are going to get under their PBs. The majority, all three girls are separated by less than a second, and all around that 30-second barrier. Kayla there in lane 3, just sneaking underneath it. The fastest by about half a second of that second 25. Coming into the third 25, she's dropped a bit of time, and Lucinda is making up a small amount of ground.
Yeah, if the girls can hold that pace they set through the third 25, they look like they will get a nice little personal best on the board. As they come down under the flags, Lucinda just probably the better of that final 50s. She'll take that one out in a 103.25 ahead of Kayla, 103.89, and Indy in third, 105.74.
Heat number 2 now of the 18-year-old women's 100-metre freestyle. Missing lane 4 here. That is Chara Hutchinson from Western Melbourne Propulsion, but her teammate Dana Barnett is in lane 5 and looks to set the pace early. Moving through to the lead. Great technique on her. She times her breath really well, although her left arm seems to lope over quite high on her breathing stroke, but it's a good technique on her right side, and she's powering through this 100 at the moment.
Yeah, we've got a pile of athletes within this heat sitting around that 100 point, so I'd love to see if Dana can hold on here and just sneak under that minute mark. She's picking up the speed down this final 25, really going for it. Eliza Houghton not far behind as we come down under the flags. And she gets there, just doesn't matter. 59.82 for Dana Barnett. Second will be Eliza, 100.46. And third, down in lane 8, Riley Cardo, 101.29.
Into the final heat now of the 100 freestyle. So this is where you're going to see those really fast athletes out there in lane number 5. Gabrielle King is taking it out early, out in a 12.55, really setting the pace. We saw her have a very impressive first 50 earlier in the competition. She continues on here at 26.67, holding that lead firm. Second or third fastest time in that second 25.
Yeah, we knew that she was coming into this with great front-end speed. She's done well through this third 25, if not extending that lead even more. Good turns and underwaters there from Kayla Pratt in lane 3 to just push ahead of Eve Anderson. They're going to be close for second and third, but Gabrielle will take this one out in a 55.29. Another record goes to her. Second will be Kayla Pratt, 56.18, with Eve Anderson touching in third, 56.67.
Announcing the medalists for event 82, the boys 16 to 17-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Winner of the bronze medal from MLC Aquatic, Harold Ju. Winner of the silver medal from Caulfield Aquatics, Xavier Eagle. And winner of the gold medal in an equal record time of 1:02.35 from Caulfield Aquatics, Leo Dong. And it's event 84 hitting the water. The boys 18 and over, 100-metre freestyle. 2 athletes in the water. Lane 3, Dylan Skinner. Lane 5, Tawi Rogers. They're neck and neck at this point in the race, stroke for stroke. Maybe Dylan Skinner ever so slightly ahead of Tawi as we head down to the halfway point.
Yeah, there was nothing separating these boys on their entry, both sitting in that 57 mid-range. It was Dylan who led us through in a 26.53 ahead of Tawi, 26.81. But it continues to be so close through this third 25. Dylan a little bit quicker, flicking the feet over onto the wall. There was only 4 100ths difference on that split. And Dylan just holding off, but Tawi really attacking this final 5 metres. Hold your breath, boys, into the wall. Super close once again, 4 100ths in it, but Dylan Skinner hangs in there, 56.10 compared to Tawi Rogers, 56.14. Bit longer on a few of our underwaters out of this second of 3 timed finals was Hugh Cran, 11.79 ahead of Yinok Zhang down in lane 9, and already those two with a half body length lead on the other boys here. Hugh will turn in first, 24.78, Yinok 25.44, and third Eastern Knapp 26.20.
Yeah, I'm loving Yinok's underwaters. You can really see him trying to use them to his advantage. We've got Hugh Cran in lane number 3. He's doing a wonderful job as well. And he's really leading through this 100-metre heat. He's going to put a nice time on the board of 51.20. And he's followed by Yinok 53.63. And then touching third there was Darius Schultz 54.82.
Underway now with our third and final heat of the boys 18 and over. Absolute splash and dash across the pool through that first 25. Looks to be Stone Ma who will lead the way out of lane 6. He had a quick 50 yesterday, starting to push through the field now. Lane 4, Ewan Smith, maybe just slightly ahead on the turn and better on the underwater. Those two half a body length now on Callum Rosetto.
Yeah, great timing from these boys. It's going to come down to a race in 2. There's a little bit of an advantage to Ewan Smith there. We'll see how they come up after the underwater. It looks like Ewan Smith is just putting a little bit of distance on Stone Ma. They're both coming down to the wall here. Ewan Smith just finishing off that race so much better. Has a nice swim tempo to him. Unfortunately, we don't quite know the time of this race. Hopefully they've got it on Hawkeye. But Ewan Smith, well controlled, well put together race. Really good technique. Stone Ma took it out early, knew that was the best chance that he had for dominating this 100 free. But a good swim from those two lads.
Announcing the medalists for event 83, the girls 18 and over 100 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from Bayside, Eve Anderson. Winner of the silver medal from DVE Aquatic, Kayla Pratt. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record time of 55.29 from Camberwell Grammar, Gabrielle King.
Into the water now, we have event 85. This is our 11 and under girls 100 metre freestyle. We've got 9 timed finals in this one. And getting underway, our first heat, all sitting at around that 121 mark on entry. Going through first will be Alicia Wang in lane 5, 17.16, just ahead of Madeline Carpenter over in lane 2.
Yeah, a bit of a jump from our gym head protein junkies that we have in the men's 18 and over. We now go to the 11 and under for the 100 freestyle. 19.1 there for Alicia Wang. Good start there. Which she's really set the tone early. Moving through the field, got about a body length and a half, maybe 2 body lengths on the rest of the field. Good effort. Coming down 2 or 3, maybe even 4 butterfly kicks off that wall. Great transition from the turn into the swim section.
Yeah, she's almost really built through this 100 beautifully, and this is going to be a nice drop in time for Alicia. The race for second now between Elise Gow and Lavinia White. Super close as they come down under the flags behind, but it will be Alicia who takes that one in a 116.68. Elise gets second, 119.10, with Lavinia in third, 119.72.
Moving on now to heat 2. Lane number 5 here, setting the pace early, Jasmine Cheng. However, it looks like Mila Lee got her feet onto the wall first. Taken the lead. Coming down the last 5 metres of his first 50, and is going to turn in first here in a time of around that 33.7 barrier.
Yeah, early on in this race, a lot of action coming from the grandstand side of the pool. Miller Lay holds on to that lead at the 75-metre turn, just ahead of Evelyn Wilson. And then third and fourth pretty close together there. Emma Eagleton doing a great job over in lane 0. So outsiders where the action's at. As we come down under the flags, Miller, she will have almost led us from start to finish onto the wall there. And that time, 110.92. Evelyn Wilson, 113.94. And Jasmine Cheng touches in third, 115.75.
Underway with heat number 3. Something that always catches me out with these 11 and unders. We've got a 9-year-old. We had one in the previous heat. We've got another 9-year-old in lane number 2 here. Rest of the field is 11 years old, except for Isla Jonquise out in lane number 9. But my word, Nina in lane number 8. Really, really, really impressive swim so far. She comes in with an entry time of 119.38. Even if she comes home in a 48, she's still going to beat that time. So it's not about if she beats her personal best, it's how much by.
Yeah, pretty confident we're going to see a nice drop from Nina Pizzana out in lane 8. Coming through in second with 25 metres left to swim will be Portia Chen in lane 4, followed by Charlotte Singh in lane 1. But the action from this third heat is certainly out in lane 8 as Nina comes into the finish. Takes a look up on the board. She might surprise herself there. 106.73. Great swim. Lane 4 will touch in second. 115.13 from Portia. And then Charlotte in third, 115.93.
based off seed times alone, that would get her into the top 8. So she might get some points off this swim. Heat number 4 underway here. Would also like to just shout out Mattioli, Swimming Australia's aquatic facility maintenance partner for over 50 years of experience building and upgrading pools. See Mattioli. First 25 underway. Another outside smoker, Zhen Zheng, out there in lane number 0. The athlete from Nuttawading, 10 years old on the north side of the pool here. On the south side is all 11-year-olds. And the 10-year-old so far setting the tone early. We've got first and second for lane 0 and lane 1. It's a beautiful thing about these athletes, especially at this kind of age. PBs kind of come out of nowhere because they're developing their strokes so quickly in at training, and anything is possible. And the coach just kind of just says, go out there and have a crack, do your best, and we'll see what comes after it, and we can change the training plan or whatever needs to be done afterwards. But so long that they have in between races, they can kind of just go out there and have a real crack. Zen is definitely going to lead us through 1:12.41. It's a 5-second PB, but compared to the 13 seconds that we saw in the last heat, it's still so impressive. Unfortunate disqualification there for lane number 7, but second place will go to Scarlett Wilson in lane 1. Heat number 5 here. The majority of this field, 11-year-olds, a couple of 10-year-olds. You're hopefully starting to see some of these faster times here. Even though we have a 1:06 and a 1:12 on the board, you're going to want a couple of these girls, even with their PBs around that 1:15 mark, to really get close to that 1:10. You'd expect at least one of these girls to have a good quality swim, drop some time off their personal best or season best.
Yeah, absolutely. As we come into that 50-metre point of the race, it will be Victoria Wang around in a 33.97. Ali Zhang down in lane 8 turns in second, 34.38. And then it was Ali Barkok in lane 4, fastest seed coming into heat 5, who turns in third, 34.40. And she seems to be making one of the biggest moves through this third 25.
Yeah, 19 seconds there for that last 25-metre effort. So these girls just slowing down just a little touch. They need to pick up this pace in this last 25 metres. They'll be coming into the wall, I'd assume, around that 1:11, 1:12 mark. Here they come now, and that's a 1:12.03, followed in by a 1:12.77. So a little bit slower than the last 2 heats. But these are the times that you'd want to be hitting long course, especially. You kind of set yourself up for the short course season to achieve those times long course.
Racing here with our 6th heat. Quick start down in the outside lane, lane 9, Alice Hopkinson. She got off the blocks nice and explosively. She'll go through in first, just under the 15-second mark, 14.91, ahead of Honoka Terasaka in lane 7, 15.26. Emma Tran sitting in third, but there's a nice little bunch of athletes sitting back in that third place spot who hopefully they'll be able to see one another and really race as we hit this second 50.
Yeah, this is going to be a very fast swim here. They're out in that 31, 32 second barrier, so you're hoping that they can be within 2 to 3 seconds of that first 50 split. That's what the elite athletes do. They're especially in the 200-metre events, but also in the 100-metre events, you cannot be more than 2 seconds off your first 50. Unfortunately, if you're anything slower than that, you're not really building into the race that you should be. So nice and controlled in that first 50, push the pace in that second 50, and that looks like what Alice Hopkinson is doing at the moment. 107.52, probably the second fastest swim that we've seen so far. In heat number 6, there will almost certainly be a couple of times faster than that in these later heats, but it's good to see a lot of green times on the board there. Shows that they're building into the races and finishing off strongly.
We are now underway with our 7th heat of girls.
Where?
Really attacking this first 25. Nice spread across the pool. It will be lane 0, Grace Gin, who does turn in first, 15.10, ever so slightly slower than we saw from lane 9 in the previous heat. And it's the 2 girls in 0 and 1 who are really stroke for stroke under the flags now.
As we turn at the halfway point, it's Michelle Zhao in lane number 4, 32.94, followed by Lily out in lane number 7, and a great turn and underwater from Michelle in lane number 4 that's put her just ahead of the field in this third 25 at the 75-metre mark. She's looking really good here to take out this 7th heat.
Yeah, she put together a really nice third 25, but pushing through in this final lap, really going fast as we come through under the flags, will be Misha Aranita Timber, as well as down in lane 8, sneaky 16-second drop in the final lap. Natalie Mei-Ying Lee, 108.30. She gets the touch ahead of Misha, 108.84, with Michelle in third, 109.02.
On to heat number 8 now of this timed final. We see a great start there from lane number 6. That's Olivia. And lane number 7 there next to her, Melissa Yang. Really fast starts, good speed off the blocks. Always the challenging part of being a coach. I've got Liam Fisk next to me with 3 athletes in this event. Keeping track of all of them is always a big challenge when you're a coach.
We turn at the halfway point. It's Melissa Yang, 31.12. She's followed by Stacey Dew, 31.70. So this is a really strong swim here from Melissa in lane number 7. She's got about a body length over the field with 25 metres left to swim. She looks really strong, as well as over in lane number 1, Aria Way. So this is a real battle that we have here. Some strong contenders for those second and third placings of this heat. But Melissa has just done a wonderful job at finishing off this race strongly. 105.52. She's followed by Aria, 106.86. And then sitting third there was Stacey Dew, 106.92.
Final heat here, heat number 9. Got all 11-year-olds in the field except for the 10-year-old Shinhan Ma, so she'll be back in this same event next year, hopefully to build on the performance that she provides us today.
And I think we're looking at a really close race here. We've seen some fast 50-metre freestyles from these girls, a couple of them breaking under the 29-second mark. At just 11 years of age, that's an outstanding effort. As we come up to the 50-metre turn, it does look like lane 4, Elena Zheng, will go around in first, 30.65, certainly setting the pace. Mia Liu in lane 3 turns in second, 30.92, and third place sitting with Shihan Ma, one of the younger ones in that field, 31.07.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most even fields that we've seen all day. I'd say that there are about 5 or 6 athletes in contention for these medals. Lane 2, 3 and 4 are the ones pushing the pace. They're first, second, third at the moment. Can lane 6 come through and pull an upset and grab a medal? Lane number 4 there, Elena Zheng, is going to take the lead here. And lane number 6, Kit Izzard, finishing really quickly. Did she get her hand on the wall second? We'll have to wait for the time to decide that. Unfortunately, just as misses out, but that means Catherine Zhang is going to take the silver medal. Excellent swim from the girls, and 104.13 is our Metro champion in this event.
Announcing the medalists for event 84, the boys 18 and over 100 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from Camberwell Grammar, Hugh Cran. Winner of the silver medal from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Stone Ma. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 50.22 from Furbank Aquastars, Ewan Smith. We have an infraction report for event 84, heat 4, lane 7, initiated a start before the signal. That's event 84, heat 4, lane 7.
In the water now, we have our first heat of event 86. This is the boys 11 and under 100 metre freestyle. And what a race we saw from our final heat of the girls 11 and unders. Hopefully we can see another event like that one. We also had some outstanding performances from our early heats. Let's see who can drop the biggest personal best on session 4. As we turn at the 50 metre point, it will be Gabriel De Silva, who turns in first, 36.27, ahead of Jedediah Zhang, and in lane 7, 36.60, with Lawrence Tran sitting in third.
I'll tell you what, these 11 and unders, they'll always have a lot of energy for these races. That's the thing that I remember swimming at this age, is you could do 5 or 6 swims in one session alone and just keep rolling PB after PB after PB, and it was great. Towards the end of my career, I'd need 6 months to build up for a PB, and even then it might not happen. So enjoy the racing while you can at this age. It's all about fun, getting yourself in the sport, getting yourself involved and having something to do on the weekend. And it's a 117.22. We'll take out this event, considering that no one in this heat originally had a PB under that 120 mark. We've got at least 3 or 4 athletes there that have demolished their PBs. A little fist pump for himself. He's very proud of it. Double fist pump now. He's super proud of it. Congratulations to all the boys in that heat.
So some nice personal bests out of that first heat and great celebrations from the boys. Let's see some more of that as we move through into our second heat. Taking us away in the first 25 will be Hanson Lee out of lane 4. He goes through in a 15.83. Some great early speed there ahead of Kendrick Lee and Sebastian Diamond.
Yeah, I said it a little bit before in the females event, but this was definitely a goal that all athletes should be having at this age when you're developing and you're finding out where you want to be in the sport. Whatever time you do short course, you want to make that your goal for long course. Not as really available when you move up to those later ages of 16 and beyond, but when you're 11, 12, 13, 14, you really want to set a good time short course when you're coming back from your break, when you're coming back from states or nationals or whatever it is, and then trying to make that your long course time and have continual improvement.
Well, Hanson Lee's certainly going to have a nice personal best here to aim for throughout the rest of this season. He'll come down. He's almost got 5 metres on the rest of the boys here as he comes under the flags. He showcased some great skills and speed, touching there in a 109.44. It will be Elliot Katharina who touches second, 114.50, and then third will go to Kendrick Lee, 115.59.
You see a lot of 10 and 11-year-olds in this race and a couple of 9-year-olds, an 8-year-old in lane number 8. Very good to see him getting involved in these heat swims.
Off we go now with our third heat, and again we look to the outside lanes for those good starts and speed early on here. Taking us through at the 25 is going to be lanes 1 and 0 in first and second. Just 1/100 separated them. They went over almost identically, and they're still stroke for stroke down this first 50.
Yeah, I'd really like to note where these guys finish up, because we've always spoken about the outside lanes, take control early, want to get themselves involved in the race and actually be up there. But, sometimes I get lost a little bit on where they finish exactly and whether these middle lanes can chase them down a bit. Unfortunately, lane 9 has fallen off the pace just a little bit, but still lanes 0 and 1 leading. However, lane number 5, Alexander Morgan, moving through the field here, closing the gap a little bit on them. But the best of the turns was definitely Aidan Liu out there in lane number 1. Just closed that gap ever so slightly, and we're coming down to a face-to-face finish. But Kevin Hong is going to have the fastest swim speed on top of the water. He's going to touch the wall first here in a time of 1:12.7, slightly slower than the heat before, but nonetheless still a 6-second PB for the young man. So very impressive swim, all green times on the board. So you see that they finish nice and fast, faster than the heat before. Oh, sorry, the 25 before. Nice even start for the whole heat here. Not going to see much difference across the first 10 to 15 metres, but it's about how much energy it saps out of your body. We spoke about it earlier, wanting it to be fast, efficient swimming, not necessarily working hard, but still moving through the water with some good pace. Very high head position out there in lane number 3. He's still up there with the leaders, but lane number 4 has got a slight lead on the rest of the crowd, as well as lane number 9 here, Oliver Walker.
Yeah, in a few of our previous heats, we saw really a breakaway pack or a couple of athletes. And this one, we've got about 5 swimmers, so half the field almost in a straight line across the pool. Lane 9, Oliver Walker, still doing a great job, really being chased down now by lane 5, Bowen Sun. He's had a ripper of a 25 here as they come into turn. Still nothing separating those first 5 athletes. Maybe best of the underwaters went to Oliver down in lane 9 once again.
Yeah, very even across the field here. I feel like I saw quite a bit of a gap around that 25 and 50 metre mark, but it's closed in a little bit, and despite Oliver taking it out and really demolishing the rest of the field, I think everyone else in that heat was pretty close. A lot of those guys sitting in that 114 barrier, you've got at least 6 of them there, and a 113 and a 112. So a good even heat across the board. Heat number 5 here of 8. So we're starting to move into the second half. And we've got a couple of those faster swim or faster heat seed times around that 114 high to a 115 high. Still our fastest time that I think I've seen so far is that 109 from heat number 2. But I'm sure that we'll see a couple of these boys with some really good swims. Need to make sure they have nice even 50 split. So out in the 33 there for the first 3 athletes of this heat. but the fastest around them is Jessie Cheong.
Jessie Cheong's looking really strong in this back half of the race. He went out nice and hard. He's just continuing to lead through this 100-metre freestyle. We've got a really nice battle over the other side of the pool. We've got lanes 4 and 5 and lane 2. They'll come down for minor placings in this heat, but Jessie Cheong's done a wonderful job, 1:10.51, followed by Brian Ju, 1:11.53, and Nathan Jung, 1:11.73. So again, some really nice swimming and drops of times throughout that heat for our boys. It's heat number 6. Often racing in the pool. Little shout out to our 8-year-old over in lane 0. Aaron G. Wonderful to see him going against boys 3 years older than him. As we make our way down to the pool, and it's pretty close so far in this first 50 metres. Ever so slightly ahead it is Brandon Wen over in lane number 3. As we turn at the halfway point, it'll be Brandon 32.80, Costa 33.15, and then Michael 33.22. So a really strong first half of the race there for Brandon.
Yeah, we were speaking about 8-year-old in this heat. We had a 9-year-old that took out the previous heat, but I think the 10 and 11-year-olds have had enough of it and are starting to say, hey, this is meant to be our age group before we move up to the heats above. But in saying that, in lane number 3, Brandon Wen, the boy from Nunna Aqua Power, is really starting to put his foot down here. Although Lucas Chi is closing that gap, had the fastest of the third 25s. Just in front there, was it lane number 9? Did lane number 9 get his hand on the wall first there? Finishing in an 18.0. That was a very fast swim from the young man. We'll see if his final time can come up here. He might have taken the lead. Potentially second place goes to lane number 3. Yeah, Lucas Chi there, taking out that heat.
It's heat 7 off and racing of 8. Having a blistering start over in lane number 2, Tian Yu Chen. He'll turn for second arrest of the field. Over in lane 0, Daniel Juan. He's doing a wonderful job as well, but that first 25 is what's put Tian Yu ahead of the field. 31.11, followed by Daniel 31.74. So some really great swimming from these boys in this second last heat. Leading the pack is still Tian Yu Chen. He's doing a wonderful job with 25 metres left to swim. We'll see if Daniel in lane 0 can start to challenge him. It looks like he will. Those two boys are out ahead. And then sitting for that third place looks to be a few of those boys who've come down to the touch. It'll be Tian Yu 105.72, followed by Daniel 105.90. And then getting third there was Lucas Liu, 107.76. So some really wonderful drops in time there from our boys across the whole field.
We've seen a couple of 66s and 65s on the board so far. We've only got one person who has a heat time, an entry time under that 66-second barrier, and that's Aaron Zong in the middle of the field here. Let's see how many PBs we can really put into this event. But it's lane number 2 dominating the field so far. Keanu Stefan out there, the kid from Nunna Wadding Swimming Club.
Yeah, Keanu, one of our winners, I believe, from the 50 freestyle. So not surprising to see him out so fast. 30.04, really setting himself up nicely in this race. Sean Deng, he's had a great weekend as well. He'll turn in second. And third place spot currently sitting over in lane 1 with Callan Yee.
Yeah, 30.0 seems to be the time that is set. They're gone around in that 17-second mark, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they around that 104, maybe even a 103 for these first three boys, but it's a very quick swim, as well as lane number 1 could be an outside contender for those minor medal placings, or maybe even a major medal placing. He comes from the clouds, finishes in a 16.1. And ladies and gentlemen, that is 1/100th of a second under the joint record time for these Metro Championships. Congratulations to Callan Yee.
Announcing the medalists for event 85. The girls 11 and under 100 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from Yarra Plenty Waves, Kit Izzard. Winner of the silver medal from Nana Aquapower, Catherine Jiang. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 1:04.13 from Yarra Plenty Waves, Elena Zhang.
Well, we've just seen another record fall across this weekend. We've seen so many of them. Can we get any more from this afternoon's racing as we move into our girls' 12, 13-year-old 200-metre freestyle? This is event 87. We have 7 timed finals in this one. And as always, taking a little sneak preview down to that fastest heat. And our fastest qualifier is sitting about 1.5 seconds outside the record, but we've seen much bigger drops than that across this afternoon's final session.
Yeah, these younger athletes, I've been surrounded by a couple of them because we are right next to where the coaches sit, and despite what a lot of people might think, there's a lot of energy down on this pool deck. Parents up in the stands might starting to be feeling the weight of your 4th session, your 5th, 6th hour straight at the pool. You know, these kids, though, they definitely want to be here. And if they can reflect that in the water, then I think that makes it all worth a while.
Well, certainly taking this one out very quickly out of lane 5 is Lily Giralis. She goes around in a 1:07.35. Her entry time, 2:33. So well on pace to do a nice drop. And what a clear lead that she has at the halfway point in this 200 freestyle.
Yeah, exactly. Now, 200 free, obviously the 100 free, we've had quite a few heats of it. We're just coming into the 200 now. The tactical shift that you see there from the first to the second 100, very important. In the 100 free, you can kind of break it down into an easy speed first 50 and then just throw everything at it for your second 50. In the 200, it needs to be controlled, it needs to be well measured, and you need to have a lot of stroke length to ensure that when you do tighten up towards the back end of the race, it's not by as much.
I do like the approach, though, of just putting all your effort into the first 100 and trying to hold on for dear life as you come through, and seeing those other athletes who have controlled it, catching up, and the person out in front doing everything they can. Lily here has really put it all out there in that first 100, but she's holding on beautifully, has that nice high elbow technique, and she keeps on keeping on really in this 200 free. It's a great last 25 down in lane 9 from Leela Walderton. As they come into touch, though, Lily Giralis touches 2:24.44. Leela down in lane 9 touches in second, 2:25.58, with Victoria Liu touching in third, 2:27.81.
Heat number 2 here of 7. In event number 87, the girls 12 to 13 year 200 metre freestyle. We're going to be followed by 8 heats of the boys. So settle in here. We've got quite a few races still to go on this afternoon. Such a dominant lead. I don't know if I've seen a body length and a half in the first 50 so far.
Yeah, I'd be curious as to whether Ali's swam one of these in a while. She did so well in our 50 free as well as the 100. So we'll be looking to see, we know she's got speed behind her, whether she has that training, that more aerobic background to make sure she can finish this race.
It's very hard to seed some of these athletes where they should be because obviously short course season is way shorter than the long course season, and especially up at those higher levels, most athletes go on break after that June, July period, or maybe even April if it's just the nationals, and then short course season finishes in September. So that's only 4 months of the year. So you really need to make sure that when you do get the opportunity to swim short course, you make the most of it because it's not going to be around forever.
Some quick maths there from Elliot as we take a look at Ellie in the pool. She continues to extend that lead, nice and consistent. She's picking up pace now into that 25 metre there at the 125 metre mark. Goes through. She's got 5 seconds on Scylla, who's swimming out of lane 1, who has almost been dragged along by Ali through the first 100 here. As they turn with 50 metres left to swim, we'll see if she can bring in the legs, bring in the kick, and come home with everything these girls have left.
Yeah, exactly. Now, in these minor medal placings for this heat alone, it's pretty close. It looks like second is all wrapped up out there, but there's a little bit of competition on for third place over here. We come down to the final 25 for the leader. Final 10 metres, and this is where the coach wants to see, even if you are a 50-metre specialist, that you do have the skills to hold your breath for that last 5 to 7 metres. Very crucial in the discipline of an athlete. But 2:12.49, something like a 20-second improvement there for lane number 2, Ellie Wang. In second place there is Scylla. She's going to be a 2:22, and in third place you got Elena Wang in a 2:24.0, so massive PBs for all the girls in that heat. Moving on now to heat 3 of 7. And we've seen a couple of these faster seed times. So it was 2:12 is the time to beat so far. Clubhouse leader. When I say clubhouse leader, it's a bit of a golf reference. It's the fastest time that we have seen so far. Even if the people in front do have faster seed times, it's the fastest proven time that we've seen on the day. And that's really what it's about with meets like this. As much as it's about self-improvement, there are medals on the line that you'd love to hang up in your cupboard somewhere.
Well, that time from the previous heat is certainly up there within the qualifying times for those medal positions. So a 2:12 actually ranks second and third coming into this event. So definitely comparable to our 7th and final timed final that we will see this afternoon. And we'll see if those girls can go a little bit quicker, or we might see a medal come from the second heat. Who knows? But it's so great to see that Ali Wang just 12 years of age as well, so she has another year left in this age group to try and improve on her position as well.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these athletes, so they've started out in a 1:06 over there, so going to be competitive with that 1:12 time. I'd be very doubtful that we do have a negative split at this age group level. That is definitely a goal that you see in the 14, 15-year-old age group, but for the 12, 13-year-olds, just get out there and prove the best time you got and see if you can keep the ball rolling. You definitely bring in more strategies and game plans the more experience you get under your belt.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice PB, though, for Annabelle Tan as she turns with 50 metres left to swim. She's holding those 18 seconds for each of her 25s now. Starting to really pick up the pace. Down in lane 7 is Mia Vanderwall McCall. She's got a lot of support on the sidelines, as well as lane 8, Danica Grant. Those two pretty close. But this particular heat, heat 3, Annabelle Tan has led start to finish. She put it out there. She's coming home well under the flags. Nice breath hold. Coach should be happy there. 2:18.29. It will be Mia who touches in second. 2:25.29. And Danica holds on for the third place spot in a 2:27.49.
Heat number 4 underway here. I'd also like to just shout out to UNCLOUD, Swimming Victoria and Vic Health's campaign helping young people make informed choices about vaping. Visit uncloud.org. We're underway here with heat number 4 out of the 7, and we'll see if these guys can get in and around those marks that can produce a potential point score for their club. Obviously, there's a little bit of bragging rights that you see from these athletes, like if their team is able to get to the top 5 clubs in Victoria, especially at state championships. But Metros is almost like a smaller version of that.
So sitting out in front here is Amber Lou in lane 3. Just extending through on each of her strokes. I like to see that. Lane 5, Abigail Chan will turn through in second. And the girls go around. Once again, similar speed to our previous heat, turning in that 106.59 and 107.99.
I don't want to get too caught up on it, but the technique you saw there from Amber, she just glided a little bit too long into the wall. Because she glided and she ducked down, it meant that she lost all momentum, wasn't able to tuck her chin, and she used her arms to help propel her feet over the water for that turn. Obviously just taking a little bit more energy and slowing her down a little bit. Her coach is probably going to want to see that and go back and say, hey, this is something we need to work on in the long run, because you see her arms come out to the side to help kind of spin her around a little bit. Who is her coach, by the way?
Yudong over at Yarra Plenty Waves, who are one of those teams we talked about in that point score. Last check, they were sitting in 4th, so pretty good from one of our smaller clubs.
Yeah, very impressive to just get so many athletes representing the club at such a big meet like this. Although it's not your state or your national championships, it is still a championship event held over multiple days and very popular. As we come down to the wall here, Amber Liu, a 220.6, closely followed by Catherine Yim in a 221.8. So once again, these girls just blowing their personal bests out of the water. Even though they might not swim these events every day, it's good to see them always have continual improvement.
And here we go now with our 5th of 7 heats in our 12-13-year-old 200-metre freestyle. That fastest time of 2:12 out of heat 2 still remains the quickest we've seen thus far. As we watch Hannah Dye out of lane 4 really lift through the second 25 as we hit the 50-metre turn. She'll be our leader. Goes through 30.18 ahead of Sadia Zhao, 30.74, and Rose Borderline over in lane 8 turns into 30.80.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing some really good technique here out in lane number 4. She's really proving why she has the fastest seat time in this heat. Although in the early heats we're not necessarily seeing the winner always come from the middle of the lane, I think that we're starting to get towards the back end, heat 5 of 7. Seeing why these guys are ranked as highly as they are. So she leads out here in a 103.3. my word, if she comes back in that 109, she might be that new leader that we have for the race so far.
Yeah, she's looking really powerful throughout this third 50, and that's where you want to see that ability to hold your stroke as we hit this point of the race. It is the fastest split time, I believe, that we've seen so far. So really gone out after this 200-metre freestyle and doing it all by herself with that nice clear lead. She'll turn at the 150. She's really got a great chance of getting our fastest time.
Exactly. Now, that's around about a 34-second 50 that she's done there. So we'll see if she can maintain that speed. And if she does, she's going to be in for a 2:11. I think we'll see her finish on the wall in around that 2:11 mid-mark. Maybe not quite that 2:12. But you're hoping that she can come back just a little bit faster if she's got anything left in the tank. But with no one else to race there, that could be pretty hard.
Yeah, it's certainly a difficult task. Hannah doing such a great job out the front here. It's definitely going to be a drop on her entry time of 2:21 as she comes down under the flags just over the 2:11 that we predicted. 2:12.43, fantastic effort. Sadia will finish in second, 2:18.26, with Lily Egan getting onto the wall in third place spot there, 2:20.05.
In here for heat 6, seeing if any of these girls have looked at the heats before and said 2:12, that looks like an achievable time for me. Very tall, long stroke out here in lane 4 for Ella Robertson. Lane 9 out here as well, another tall athlete that we got, Alicia Quinn. These two girls just leading us through for the first 25 and also the first 50. They've just got to maintain their speed now, use the length that they got on their stroke, reach all the way out above their head and start pulling water all the way down to their hip.
It's a nice lead there for Ella Robertson in lane number 4 for this first half of the race. She went out nice and fast in that first 50, and she seems to be continuing that high stroke rate through the second as we come down to the 100-metre mark, and she will turn first. 1:02.33. That's not a bad first 100 there from Ella. Following her in lane number 6 was Delta Bacon. So it's all Ella Robertson at this point in the race out in front.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we saw a 30-point from Alicia there out in lane number 9. Unfortunately, just fallen off the pace a bit. Went a 35 for her second 50. You're seeing how consistency will end up getting you quite a good build on the lead. She's got about a 2 body length head start on the rest of the field coming into the last 50, a 1:36 there, so that will be about a 34-second 50 she's got there. She needs to bring that in a little bit to make her time really competitive in the next heat.
Well, what a wonderful swim from our second last heat for our 12 to 13-year-olds. Ella Robertson went out hard and she's held on really nicely. I don't think her stroke rate's really dropped at all throughout this 200, so that's wonderful to see from her. She's come in as a 2:17.94, and I think she's going to comfortably go under that in a 2:10.76. She's followed by Neve Jeffs, 2:12.80, and then Mee Clements, 2:14.89.
Final heat here, and unfortunately missing lane 4 in Kira Stubbings. So we're going to have to go to the more outside lanes. Victoria Dang with the fastest entry time of this competition with a 2:12.85. As of right now, if she swam that, she might not even be in contention for a medal. So we'll see how far she can get under that time. In 6th position at the moment as the outside lanes are taking control of this race early.
Yeah, we've seen Angelina, who will lead us around at the 50-metre turn, 29.58. Super competitive across this weekend, putting together some brilliant swims, as has Mariella Simmons in lane 3, and they're going to be breathing towards one another every time they come up this direction of the pool. So going to have a great race on our hands between those two girls as they turn really close together, but Angelina just a little bit better off the underwaters there as they come into this 100-metre mark.
Yeah, it looks like the two girls in lane 2 and 3 are the ones setting the pace. Both of them around that 15 seconds for the last 25, and they're holding on to that lead. Once again, they're first and second on that last 25, so if anything, they're building their lead, staying very close to each other. Mariella Simmons might be a little bit more confident. She's closing that gap right now. They're still pretty even, though. She comes into the wall, takes a breath on her last stroke, and Angelina Shang once again builds it out a bit. But as they breathe away from each other, it looks like Mariella is the one who's seeming to take a little bit of a step forward.
Yeah, it's super tight as we come into this final 50, and based off that 50-metre split, these girls have a great chance of getting pretty close to that Metro short course record of 2:06.21. They're pushing one another along. It really is a race of two for the first and second place. We'll see what the girls sitting in third and fourth can do time-wise. We did see a 2:10 earlier on, but the race here is just between lanes 2 and 3, Angelina and Mariella.
Yeah, I'd love for these girls to watch their races back. You see that Angelina Shang, her turns are the things that are keeping her in this swim. Mariella Simmons, the fastest swimmer on top of the water, a new Metro short course record in a time of 2:05.94. Congratulations. Third place going all the way out to lane 8, Ella Shee. Great swim from those first three athletes. Angelina Shang, probably the best turns of the whole race, but Mariella Simmons, just when it came down to swim speed, just had her for pace.
Announcing the medalists. Announcing the medalists for event 86, the boys 11 and under 100-metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from Nunawading, Canoe Stefan Tham. Winner of the silver medal from Nunna Aquapower, Sean Dang. And winner of the gold medal in a new record time of 1:03.86 from Yarra Plenty Waves, Kaylin Yee.
Event number 88, the boys' turn for the 12-13-year-old 200-metre freestyle. We've got 8 heats here, so strap in. We're in for a long session here. First heats here, we're just looking for personal best. It's all we've been looking for from these first couple of heats. We'll see how many of these guys can get under their personal best, see if there's any sub-2:30 times on the cards.
Well, they've definitely gone out quickly in that first 25, so you're looking to see who can hold on the best. As we turn at the 50-metre mark, it will be Nicholas Wang leading us through, 32.26. Behind him at Michael Bonfrere, 32.89, and Joshua Condon not far behind, 33.03.
Yeah, two 12-year-olds and two 13-year-olds in this heat. So the 12-year-olds in lane 5 and 6 and the 13-year-olds in lanes 3 and 4. Starting to see a little bit of a split now. So how are the guys going to cope? Being put under pressure, having to work from behind if they want to take this lead, as Nicholas Wang is the one who set the pace. He's leading with intent, 108.3. So in order to get under that, 2:30 barrier that I just spoke about before, he can afford to come back in a, 1:20, and he'll be completely fine and well under it.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of wiggle room, but they don't look like they're letting up anytime soon. Nicholas Wang really bringing in that 6 feet kick. You can see the nice white water behind him, and he's almost pushing further ahead in this third 50. Going with him is Joshua in lane 4, and they've really now broken away from Michael and Moran, swimming out of 5 and 6. As we come into turn, 50 metres left to swim for our leaders, 145.58 for Nicholas. Ahead of Joshua now. He's got about a 2-second buffer within the heat, and we'll just be looking to see what time he can produce.
Yeah, exactly. Can he stay consistent? Like, he's obviously got the win in this heat, but, you know, you have to go a little bit internal here and say, okay, what has my training done? Not just be content with winning, but being content with getting the best out of yourself. And most of the time that does hurt, and you have to put yourself in a place that sometimes you're going to be uncomfortable to go to. But he's come down and he's taken the lead here. Nicholas Wang, Joshua Condon in second, and a bit of a battle for third, but Michael is going to take it over Moran in a 2:22.60. All three athletes, not only under 2:30, but under 2:28. Great swims from the young men. Moving on to heat number 2 of 8 now. So we've seen some fast PBs in the first heat, and my word, out in a 13.42. Lucas Dew, we've seen that name a couple of times this afternoon. Really making sure that he puts the rest of the heat on alert. He's gone out really quickly in this first 50. Makes me wonder about, you know, if an athlete can still use their long course time to enter for a short course event. If he's done that, then he might be on for a massive personal best here. Set himself up for the rest of the race.
I think also some of these athletes, you can use times from the previous season, so the end of last season. So if they haven't raced short course, they could have a time if they haven't actually been in this event. But I do know some of these boys, they have just been dropping these massive amounts of time. One of those is William Siddles over in lane 1, who's sitting in second place at this point. I'm pretty sure he dropped around 4 seconds off his 100 freestyle yesterday, so not surprising if he's going to be dropping a nice amount in the 200.
Yeah, exactly, and hopefully he can just build on this lead a little bit. It looks like he gave a lot of effort to that first 50, maybe a little bit too much, because his technique isn't quite what it was in that first 50. You're seeing a little bit of gainage of time from William Siddles, although they were pretty even in that last 25, sorry. They're coming down to the final 50 here. Both boys will be feeling a little bit tired. A 17.53, so just a little bit faster there from Lucas Dew. He's found another gear to go to, just as I was questioning his ability to keep on building into this race. His 6-bit kick has come in, and that's how you can really see the determination of the athlete. He's gotten faster as the race has gone on in the last 75 metres. So although I wasn't quite sure about it, he's pulled up, he's coming into the wall now. He'll be around that 2:12, 2:13 barrier. 2:13, I'd assume high. We'll see what the Hawkeye says for his time here. A 2:13.78, a second ahead of William Siddles. He is a 2:14.71, and in third place there, Scott Yao in at 2:25.18. 2:13.78 will put him well and truly in contention for a potential point-scoring swim. So from heat 2 of 8, very impressive from the young man. Into the water with heat number 3 of the timed finals at number 88 here. We have quite a few 13-year-olds in this heat, but a good mix of 12 and 13-year-olds with 4 12-year-olds. The outside lanes, once again, setting the tone early. Inside lanes very much worried about their own swims potentially, or the people around them, assuming that's where the speed is coming from. But lane 0, 1 and 2 really setting the pace. Lane 8 as well, basically swimming by himself. That's Austin Baxter. Turn in here in 4th position. Aaron Lau putting another half a second between him and Andy Zhao over there in lane 0 and lane 1. So he's got the pace early. Will he have the pace late? Sometimes you've got to trust yourself in your training. If you're people like Andy Zhao or Oliver Mesha in lane 2 there, just say, okay, if you've gone out fast, maybe I can do something to catch in this back half. But Aaron Lau obviously has something to say about that, and that is, you're not getting close to me. Having a cheeky last breath on his last stroke there, leading into the turn. But he comes out, maintaining as much speed as possible. You can see he's getting his whole feet out of the water, so he's got plenty of energy to use in this 6-speed kick. Lane 9 moving up through the field a little bit here, but still holding those low 17s, high 16s per 50. This is going to be a ridiculous swim here from Aaron Lau. Entry time of a 2:28.0. He's got 50 seconds to beat that, and he's got even more to give. My word, look at this kick coming in now. It's like he's swimming a state final. He really wants a medal in this race. 2:05 has just passed on the clock. Can he get close to that 2:10, 2:11 barrier? Stuff the 2:10. He goes to 2:09.66, finishing in a 16:1. Great intent from the young man from Artemis Aquatics. 2:09.66 would finish him around about that 4th or 5th barrier if everyone maintained their PBs from the final heat. So very exciting for him. In 2nd place there, Andy Zhao. Moving on now to heat 4 of 8. A couple of older boys in this heat, although still a nice mix of 12 and 13-year-olds. Towards the end of the heated swims, we've only got 13-year-olds on the cards, except for 1, maybe 2 12-year-olds in the final 2 heats. So this is the last that you'll really see of these 12-year-olds.
As we come through the first 50-metre turn, it will be Sean who leads us 30.08 ahead of Ethan Ma, 30.78 with Inigo turning in 3rd, 30.82. So our 3 leaders all going through in that 30-point barrier. And sitting nicely through this next 50, not a lot of change to those placings as we come towards the 100-metre mark.
Ethan Ma, do you know if related to Stone? I'm unsure. Stone obviously swimming for Western Melbourne Propulsion. Ethan Ma here swimming for Surrey Park.
What I do know is they're both great freestylers by the looks of this.
Oh, of course, of course. Stone Ma finishing 2nd in the 18 and over 100-metre freestyle. Ethan Ma at the moment swimming in 2nd place, about half a second behind the lead of Shun Gill. He's up on that lane rope. If you're Shun Gill, you probably want to move to... He's swimming in a bit of a circle. You want to avoid that. He's got the whole lane to himself. You just kind of want to go up and down. If you keep swimming in circles, it might add as much as 3 or 4 metres to your final swim. So although he just is switching into flow state and kind of swimming around the lane, just stick to one side, go up and down, and just maintain your speed. You see he swam on the left-hand side on the way down and now is close to Ethan Ma again on the way back up.
Yeah, it's such a small thing, but it really is one of those traits that we have from training that circulates into our event racing, and they do say train how you want to race, and it is easy to fall into those little habits, but Sean is having a great swim out here. He's got a nice lead. Thomas Johnson powering home through this final 25, as is Inigo Villegas down in lane 7, but Sean will hold on for the win there. 2:16.58, Thomas in second, 2:17.71, and Inigo in third, 2:18.19.
Heat number 5 underway of this 200 freestyle. We're about halfway through this event. Austin Yao in lane 2. Impressive swing here in the first 25. And something to note that I assume happens in most clubs, but in Nuttawading, especially from my days, you get the black strip or the dark blue strip down the middle of your cap when you head to nationals. Do they do that at other clubs?
Yeah, I think quite a lot of clubs have a different variation of their cap to signify either state level or national level. I know in a lot of the clubs that I've been involved with, you get your name on when you make your first state team, and then the national cap, it's always either a different colour or something a little bit nicer to go and race at nationals with, and just to differentiate you. It's a really proud achievement to make these national teams.
100%, and it's also in a way a collector's item. Like, I've still got a lot of my caps from back in the day that I keep in my cupboard somewhere, and I sometimes look back and reminisce on some of the good times and memories that I had with a lot of those friends that I made growing up. But back to the swimming here, Austin Yao, 103.16, is commanding over this field. Ryan Zhu Zhang in second place there, 105.78. Austin's just gone a little bit quicker there, put an extra half a second on the rest of the field.
Yeah, he certainly turned up the heat early on, and he's not letting go of that pace. He'll have 50 metres left to swim at this turn. He's still got almost that 5 metre lead on Ryan in lane 1. I mean, super close for that third and fourth place spot throughout this heat. I think I saw about 5 athletes turn at the 1:44 mark. So race on down the final 50, but it's all eyes on lane 2.
Yeah, I'd love to see this kick come in for the last 25 here from Austin. He's picked it up a little bit, so he wants it a little bit more in this last 25, saying to the coach, I've still got something to give. I want to provide a good swim. But coming back to the pack here was Ryan, but my word, what a swim here from lane 8. Edward, 16 second on his last 25. He comes back in a 15 second. Where was that effort for the rest of the race? What a back-end swim from the young man. Finishes in second for the heat, but a 2:11 will probably be, I believe, the second fastest time that we've seen so far today in this event.
And it's heat number 6 in the water, racing. We've got 8 heats here of our men's 12 to 13-year-old 200-metre freestyle. Leading the way through is Alisai Dishliak over in lane number 0. He's doing a wonderful job setting the pace for this 200 freestyle. He'll turn in a 30.33, followed by William 30.46. So some nice quick times there for that first 50.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of good paces set and establishing their race early, but unfortunately some athletes are falling off after, going out with the field in that 30, 31 second barrier. You've got to try and hold those 33s off the back of it, maybe even a 32 if you're a really high quality athlete. I'd love to see, a lot of even splits in and around here.
Well, it's still Alisai out in lane number 0. 103.91 he turned in, followed by lane 8. So it's our outside lanes that have really taken it to this 200 freestyle. We're in that all-important third 50, and Elisai just looks like he's starting to lift ever so slightly, followed by Jacob Liu in lane number 1. And the swimmer from Yarra Plenty in lane 5, George Zhang, he's starting to lift as well. So we have 50 metres left to swim, and it's Elisai in lane 0, 138.68, and he's doing a wonderful job at leading this race.
Yeah, lane 0 and lane 6 there. Lane 0 and lane 1 had the two fastest splits on that 50. So we'll see how much they've got left in the tank for the last 50. Still got some green times up on the board, so everyone's racing in and around. Everyone's got someone near them that they can be having a crack off of the back of, but I'll tell you what, LSI has really picked up that kick and that stroke rate leading into the wall, a 2:11.4. We've seen a lot of 2:11s and 2:09s in these earlier heats. We'll see how that fares up against the final couple of heats in this event.
Well, it's heat number 7 of 8, Often racing. And over in lane number 1, Jason Wang. Saw him before as well. He's the fastest out of the blocks, 13.35. So he's dominating this first 50 of the race. And up in lane 4 and 5, doing a wonderful job as well in the first quarter.
Yeah, so the boys will go through. Jason Wang, 28.79, ahead of E Yang, 29.35, and Ian Cho in 29.53. It's the first 4 athletes breaking under the 30-second mark at the 50-metre point. We'll see if they can maintain this pace. We have seen some nice little quick swims out of our earlier heats here, but we also have seen a medalist come from the second last heat a couple of times in this evening's timed finals, so we'll see what these boys can produce. At that 100-metre turn, it will be E who turns in first, 102.12, now just ahead of Jason and Ian.
That was a great second 50 there from Yi Yang in lane number 4. He started to really lead over the pack. 118.51, he'll turn in. It's about a body length of a lead across lane number 5, Ian Cho and Jason Wang over in lane number 1 as the boys start to try and challenge. With 50 metres left to swim, Yi Yang comfortably in the lead. Ian Cho taking over that second position, and we'll see if Jason Wang can hold on here to that third position. But the challengers over this side of the pool in lanes 8 and 9 are doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, E, the only swimmer to be holding on to those 16-second 25 so far throughout the second half of this race, and that's where he's really pulled away through that third 50. Powering now under the flags. Ian Cho is just holding off Eustace as they come under. It will be E who touches first, 207.60 ahead of Ian, 210.40, and Eustace touches the wall there in third in a 210.78.
As heat 8 hits the water of our boys, 12 to 13-year-old 200-metre freestyle, some really fast swimming already over our 7 heats. Number 6, Yibei Liu, leading the pack through this first 50 metres.
Yeah, interesting to note, because there's no Lachlan Henderson in this heat from lane 4, that means that no one here has swum a faster time than E Yang did in the previous heat. So someone is going to have to do a PB if they want to take that gold medal off him. And I'll tell you what, based off the quality of swimming that we've seen this afternoon, I'd say that's more than likely going to happen.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of time finals. You can win the medals from any heat over the course of the competition. We head down to the halfway mark, and it looks to be Hong Huang, known as Hope, turning first in a time of 1:00.46. So Hope starting to really push away from the field in this third 50, so setting himself up nicely for a quick 200.
Yeah, Elijah Lamont looks like he's just biding his time for the moment. You see there, he just had the fastest 25 of anyone in the water. He backed himself and backed his training that he didn't need to push that pace early. Look at him steam through this crowd and really take it to Hope in this third 50.
Well, there's not much separating there, 0.06 of a second as we head down to our final 50. The boys currently breathing away from each other, so they can't see where they are in the water. And we'll have a great 25 on our hands here as they start to breathe towards each other.
What excellent momentum from Elijah there. Last 3 strokes, he had one look over at Hope and he said, I think I've got you here. Turned, got his feet off the wall super quick. He's been hitting those 15 points for the last couple of 25s, and momentum's a hell of a thing. It takes him through to a 2:03.87, another Metro short course record, 2 seconds under the previous best time at this meet. Congratulations to Elijah. That was a really well put together swim, and from Hope Koo as well. Great swim from the 2 young men, really well battled out.
Announcing the medalists for event 87, the girls 12 to 13-year-old 200-metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from MLC Aquatic, Ella Robertson. Winner of the silver medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Angelina Shang. And winner of the gold medal in a new Victorian Metro short course record time of 2:05.94 from MLC Aquatic, Mariella Simmons.
Mixing it up a little bit here now, we move on to event 89. This is the girls 14-15 years 100-metre breaststroke. We have 7 timed finals of this one in the water. Time final number 1, just the 3 athletes contesting this event this afternoon, and taking us through in an 18.00 will be lane 4 swimmer Zoe Geelan.
We're getting to the back end of our races and the back end of the competition. So these girls may have swum a few races already here at our 2026-27 UNCLOUD Victorian Metro Short Course Championships. Zoe Geelan, she's turned first, 39.28, and then Zoe Talau, 39.59. So Zoe in lane 4, she's starting to lift a little bit through this back half of the race.
Yeah, it's a race of the 2 Zoes here in lanes 3 and 4. They've been pretty close throughout this event as we head for home down the final 25. A nice turn from Zoe Talau, almost coming up alongside Zoe Geelan, but Zoe Geelan just pushing away further through this final lap. And I think under the flags, it will go to Zoe Geelan in lane 4. Touching in a 1:24.86 with Zoe Talau, 1:26.24, and then Hallie Clark touches in 3rd.
Heat number 2 underway here in the 100 breaststroke. The girls 14, 15-year-old age group. Lane 4 taking an early lead here. I'm always fascinated by the breaststroke races because it's the biggest divide of stroke techniques that you see. Butterfly is also pretty similar for that, but breaststrokers are just a little bit different, aren't they?
Yeah, there's so many different styles of breaststroke we see based on where athletes' strengths lie. And I think you even add into the mix in short course racing, you have a whole different level of athlete as well, because you add in those underwaters, the split strokes, and you do get a lot more athletes who aren't as technically efficient in the breaststroke element. Breaststroke, we don't have a set distance underwater that you have to adhere to. If you do one split stroke, it doesn't matter how far you get in that race or in that underwater, that is the point you're allowed to pop up and break out of the surface. So you can see a lot of athletes who have strong, powerful butterfly kicks doing really well in these short course races too.
As we come down to the final 5 metres here, it's Eleanor McIntosh that will take out this heat in a 122.97. In second place there is going to be Eve Weddle. Now, these girls well under their PBs, about 3-4 seconds under their PBs there, so very impressive swims. We'll want to keep the momentum going for the last couple of heats that they've got on here. See how close they can get to those finals positions.
Into those split strokes and underwaters now from our third timed final of 7. Best of the starts, potentially going out into lane 7 with Ruby Chan. She'll be close to Arabella Chapman in 3 on the turn, who just gets the touch in a 17.47. 3 athletes under the 18-second barrier through that first 25. So some early speed here. Holding those nice long strokes, though, not overdoing it on the rating, which is good to see. We want to be efficient. We don't want to spin the wheels too much in these 100-metre events.
Going back to what you said just before, the reason that they have no set distance on the breaststroke events for underwater is because the wording that they have in freestyle, butterfly and backstroke is fully submerged. So in a breaststroke, even in just the general stroke they have, you do the stroke, you come up for your breath, and then you are fully submerged. So that same wording can't be applied for this stroke. So that's why they don't have the 15-metre rule, because you can't identify when the start and end of the stroke is. So here we are, the girl from MLC, it's Ruby Chan leading them through the 75 and the 100-metre mark. 123.13, a great little PB for her. Not as big of a PB as we saw in previous heats, but at the end of the day, PBs are PBs. You can see her high-fiving with her teammate, very proud of her swim, and Sophie Liu over there giving her some good encouragement. Well done to those 2 girls. Heat number 4 of 7 in the 100 breaststroke is underway. We have a good quality start across the field here. Lane 7 once again setting the goods early. A little bit slow on the hand touch to feet leave time, but lane number 4, Eve Dunstan, looks to have taken the lead. Good quality skills there, even though it is Molly that I think has the best swim speed on top of the water.
Yeah, we're hitting the halfway point of this 100 breaststroke. It's Eve that takes the lead, 37.15. She's followed by Molly Killigrew over in lane number 7, 37.60. So it's some really wonderful swimming there from Eve in lane 4. She's still leading the way through with 25 metres left to swim. Can anyone come up and challenge her? And some really wonderful underwater there from Eve over in lane 7. Molly's starting to really charge as well. And then over in lane 0 and 1, they're making their move, but it's all Eve. She'll touch the wall first. in a time of 119.01. And then it's Molly Killigrew, 120.32, and Hannah Pride, 121.89.
We're coming into these faster events now in the 100 breaststroke here. We're missing a couple of girls from lane 5, 6 and 7. So lanes 8 and 9 are really going to have to do this by themselves, and they've gotten really excited at that prospect. Elsa Wang, we've seen her name a couple of times tonight. She's taken it out really quickly, got a half a second lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, we've almost got two separate races occurring within this one timed final. This one on the closest side of the pool to the stands. Elsa's taken this out very quickly, 35.99. And then she's just gone through ahead of Audriana David over in lane 3, who's right next to Kathy Kai. And those two really close now through this third 25. If anything, Kathy Kai probably picking up a little bit of pace here as we come into the final turn.
Depending on my mood, I really liked swimming with no one next to me. Allowed me to be in my own world. But then again, you can get a little bit lost. Let's hope that she hasn't put too much energy into these early laps. But she's had the fastest 25 split for the first three 25s. We'll see if Audriana David can pull her in a little bit, but not unfortunately, Elsa Wang is just going to hold on and keep pushing out that time upon the field. 117.95. None of the girls in this heat had a time of sub 120, and we see 3 of them in the first 3 positions there that have got it. So great swim from the young ladies. All right, penultimate heat of this event here, heat number 6 of 7. That's exactly what we were talking about before. Lane number 6, that's Ada Zhuang, taking it to a 15.5 metres off the start, underwater, letting herself extend out. Big butterfly kick, pull through, and you can see the free speed that she gets from those underwaters.
Yeah, she's doing a wonderful job at her skills here. And she's really up with the pack. As we hit the halfway point, it'll be Helena in lane 3, 36.35. She's followed by Mia in lane 4, 36.57. But look at those underwaters there from Ada. It really puts her ahead of the field. She's using her strengths there to get herself in front.
Yeah, these underwaters are literally the only thing that are keeping her in front. She's basically got the same swim speed as everyone else, but look at the extension she gets. Obviously, the only problem with that is the oxygen deprivation that you have from doing those long underwaters, but she's still got enough to kick out, and it looks like she's going to have well and truly the fastest last 25 here. Pushed ahead, comes into the wall. Hawkeye will tell us the time. It's a 1:15.79, faster than the heat before. Clubhouse leader, and looks like she's in a really good position to challenge these later on heats.
And away in racing we go for our 7th and final heat of the girls 14-15 years 100-metre breaststroke. So far it looks to be our swimmer in lane 5, Tess Izzard, who's taken this out the quickest, 15.64 on the turn, ahead of Lucy Reed in lane 2. And then Catherine Andres down in lane 8. She was quick through the first 25 also.
Yeah, you're seeing how powerful that stroke is. She really gets her upper body up out of the water, so that implies that she's got a really strong pull on her arm. And the kick not as dominant over this stroke, but when she's continually moving forward through the water, you're seeing some really good timing there, and she's diving downhill into that streamline.
Yeah, she's put together some great performances so far this season. Last week at that School Sport Australia game, she clocked a 1:13 in the 100 metres, and that was a long course event. So she'll be looking to try and go a little bit quicker than that here tonight in the short course 100-metre breaststroke. As she comes down under the flags, that record is going to be pretty close as she hits the wall just over, but great swim nonetheless from Tess, 111.91. Catherine Andres, great swim out in lane 8. She'll touch in second place there, 114.29. And then Lucy Reed into the wall in third, 114.48.
Announcing the medalists for event 88, the boys 12 to 13-year-old 200-metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from Haileybury, Yi Yang. Winner of the silver medal from Yarra Plenty Waves, Hong Huang Q. And winner of the gold medal in a new record time of 2:03.87 from Yarra Plenty Waves, Elijah Lamont.
Moving on to event 90, the boys 14-15 100-metre breaststroke. The Metro Short Course record time is 104.06, set last year in 2025. Later on, we've got Quinn Richards and Lachlan Bull, both two established breaststrokers on the Victorian stage. We'll see how close they can get down to that time. But as of right here, right now, we're in heat 1 of 6, and it looks like lane number 2, Daniel Walter, he's really setting the tone early. Lane number 5 going with him though, both out in the 33. Slight improvement there on the second 25 for Jamie Dong. We'll see how these boys line up when we come down to the 75-metre mark.
Daniel Walter out ahead in lane number 2. Lane number 5, Jamie Dong. These guys are going head to head. Not sure they can see each other throughout this race, but they're definitely racing each other with 10 metres left to swim. They're going to put some really great times on the board for heat number 1. I think it'll be Daniel Walter that gets there first. It will it will be Jamie Dong there, 111.80, and then Daniel Walter, 111.97. Touching third there will be Archie Kinner, 118.81.
So the second heat now hitting the water. Some quick reactions off the start from the boys here. So come down the first 25. Really close between first and second on the wall. Lincoln Norgate down in lane 1 just gets slightly in front on the touch. Good underwater though from Alexander Jin in lane 4.
Yeah, outside lanes once again, pushing the pace early. Lincoln Norgate. He's got a very wide kick on him, gets the knees very wide. Might need to tighten them up. if he wants to reduce a bit of that drag. But the advantage to having them out wide is you can then grab a little bit more water and push that back. So it's a bit of a catch-22 about whether you want to reduce resistance or increase power. And at the moment, increased power is working very well for him. Lane number 4 there, Alexander Jin in second place, but great underwater, and he's flowing through. Look at the way he just drops his head into the water, dives into that streamline. But can Lincoln Norgate do enough to hold on here? The stroke rate's increased. We'll see who has the better finish onto the wall. And it is just Alexander Jin slightly ahead of Lincoln Norgate. In third place there, Leon Anker, but a 1:15.89. Great swim from the young man. Gets about a 3-second PB on the board. Great underwater there for for lane number 6 in heat number 3, but it's evened out. Top of the water speed. Lane 5 has had the best of it so far. That's Jordan Chu. See, he's not quite got the best skills, but he's definitely got the best speed on top of the water.
As we make our way down to the halfway point, it looks to be Jordan Chu leading the way. 33.63, followed by Christian 34.25. So there are 2 leaders with 50 metres left to swim. They're all sitting nice and high in the water. Nice high stroke rate here for the 100-metre breaststroke. Lane number 5 of Jordan Chu. He's still leading the way through. He's got 25 metres left to swim, and he's looking really strong. I
think Christian Marks might take this out. Jordan Chu spent so much energy trying to catch up on top of the water, what he loses underwater, that Christian Marks has had the perfectly timed race plan, had the fastest 25 metres on the third lap, and I'm just getting the touch in there. Oscar Zhu in lane number 3, 1:13.02, 4/100ths of a second faster than Christian Marks in lane number 4. Both 1:13.0s on the board. Fastest times so far in the event. Underway here in the 4th heat out of 6. So we're in the final 3 of this event, event 90, the boys 100-metre breaststroke. Swimming Victoria using Hawkeye technology at this meet, giving officials multi-angle camera views for accurate backup timing and fair calls. So that means some of these athletes are getting filmed, and for instance, we've had a couple of problems with lane 6 and the touchpad there. We're using Hawkeye, which is a state-of-the-art system, to get an accurate result on how they touch the wall and what time they do compared to others.
Yeah, it's been such a great thing to implement across this weekend. We've really utilised it quite a lot. So incredible for us to have, and for our incredible officials to be able to use. They do volunteer their time to help us run these competitions across the weekend. So a little bit of a quick shout out to our officials and that incredible team that we have from SV.
Yeah, now as we come down to the final 10 metres of this race, Aaron Guan has led it from the 50-metre mark at least, and is coming down to lead it after the 100-metre mark, the most important time to be winning a race. 1:12.28, slightly faster than the heats before, finishing very quickly there. And in second place, Nate Anderson and Samuel Han out there, the 3 boys, 7, 8 and 9, taking control of the race, showing that's the far side of the pool.
Underway now with our second last heat in the boys 14-15 years. Flying start out of lane 4, Hamish Davin, 14.34. Ethan Carr down in lane 8. No one on either side of him, so going to have to swim his own race here, but doing well early on.
Yeah, swimming his own race, but he's got some Melbourne Vic Centre supporters right next to us here cheering him on. They're only about 10 metres away, so he might be able to hear their calls of go. I'm sure he's given everything he's got anyway. He's in second place at the moment. Really high stroke. Looks a lot like Christian Springer in the way that he swims here. Brenton Rickard a little bit more for the kid out in lane 4. That's Hamish Davin. We've seen him a couple of times today. Great swim from these two guys. Just under that 50-second barrier for Ethan Khan.
Yeah, Ethan's doing such a great job. To the cheers from his teammates. Great to have such energy in these final parts of the afternoon. He looks to have done enough to take out the 5th heat in a 108.92. That's a fast swim from Ethan. Hamish will finish in second, 110.25, with Joshua Gilly touching in third, 110.70.
All right, this is a race that I've been looking forward to for a little bit. Quinn Richards versus Lachlan Bull, 14 versus 15 years old. We'll see how they come out here. Very, very impressive start by Ishak Ismail. We know that he's a very accomplished butterflyer and freestyler, and especially IM swimmer, so he's going to need this speed in breaststroke, especially when it comes to states and nationals coming up soon. We've got a great swim down at the 50-metre mark here. 30.08. Unfortunately, I didn't see what Ishak went around in there. 31.07. I feel like that's a little bit off. That might have been his feet timing. But great stuff from the two boys in 4 and 6. Lachlan Bull has just fallen behind a little bit. The gold medal is going to come from either lane 4 or 6 here. Really high stroke rate. They got great turns. Flipping around on the wall. Super quick. Hand touch to feet leave is at a minimal right there. It looks like Quinn Richards had the best of the underwaters. Is pushing towards this finish. Ishak Ismail has got a little bit up on the surface of the water. But Quinn has just done enough. Goes on a 103.29. 0.8 under the Metro record from Brian from last year. Great swim from the young man. Finished in a 16.46, about half a second faster than Ishak. Great swim from the two young men there.
Announcing the medalists for event 89, the girls 14 to 15 100-metre breaststroke. Winner of the bronze medal from MLC Aquatic, Lucy Reed. Winner of the silver medal from Western Aquatic Academy, Catherine Andres. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 1:11.91 from Yarra Plenty Waves, Tess Izzard.
And we reach our final events for the evening in the water. Event 91, the girls 16, 17 years, 200-metre freestyle. We have 3 timed finals in this one. And the girls coming out of the first heat, just the 3 swimmers sitting all around that 221, 222 mark. We do just have our female 200 freeze and then our 16, 17 male 200 freeze. So it is the last event of the night.
First 50 here, looks like Alexandra Osborne, the swimmer from Nuttawading, has taken control of this race, but Sienna Christian is just on her shoulder there. Looks like to have had a little bit of a faster 25-metre effort. 0.2, taking a quarter of a second out of the lead, but a good underwater there from Alexandra Osborne. Looking the opposite direction now, so both of them breathing to the left. So on the way down, it's going to be favouring Alexandra Osborne. On the way back towards the end of the race, it's going to favour Christian a little bit more. Both around that 107 mark, well under what they would need to be for on track for their PB. So 16, 17-year-olds, if you're still producing PBs, that's usually a very good sign for your swimming.
Yeah, great to have 3 heats in this event as well. We do know at this point in a lot of these athletes, those 16, 17-year-olds, they're coming to that pointy end of school, years 11 and 12 for some of them. So great efforts at this time of year to still be competing. Really taking off throughout this third 50, though, has been Sienna Christian. They were almost stroke for stroke at the 100-metre turn. There's now over a second dividing first and second, and she's not slowing down soon. You can see she's brought in that big 6-feet kick, nice white water out behind. Also chasing well is Alison Doe. She's almost caught up to Alexandra Isborn here too, and we'll have a close race for second out of the first heat.
Yeah, starting really strong early, but Sienna Christian just relying on her training and her speed to get her through on this final 100 metres. Very close early, not very close late. A body length she's put on the rest of the crowd. Looks like they've come back just a little bit slower than what they went out in. Just outside their PBs for all 3 of them by the looks of it. Yep, so 2:21 the fastest time on the board so far. We'll see what these next 2 heats can produce. And here we go for our penultimate heat of this event. Some good quality swimmers that we see in the pool at the moment. Seen a couple of them earlier in this program. We've got lane number 2, Zara Jeffrey, taking it out very strong, very early. Hopefully not using too much energy, but I can't see much of a kick behind her, which is very encouraging, because if you can get on the arms early, they take a lot less of your energy away from you.
Yeah, Zara, a great 100-metre butterflyer, has really good underwaters and great fly kicks. So we'll see if she can utilise those a little bit through the second half of this race. She is sitting nicely, as you said, keeping that controlled stroke out the front. Holding on to that lead. Starting to push through is Jemima Hale in lane 3. She's picked up the pace by the looks of it, just increasing her rates through this second 50 of the 200. And we've also got Yushi Liu down in lane 6, who's sitting in 3rd place. But those 3 girls just trying to pull away from the pack here.
Yeah, we see them establish their stroke early. Let's see where they can build to for the rest of the race. 16, 17-year-old, you've got a litany of 16 and 17-year-olds in this heat. You've got 4 and 5, respectively. Obviously, Zara Jeffrey leading them through at the moment, only 16 years old. So another year in this age group, probably setting herself up for state championships in a month's time. Just extending her stroke way out in front, using the full length of her arms in order to get the full purchase out of each of her strokes. Gets around on the wall very quickly, very minimal time of stagnant movement.
And you can just see as they've turned into this final 50 that real lift in stroke. You can almost see that body position in the water lift up as well as she flies home. 25 metres left to swim for Zara Jeffrey. A big drop in time from those 25-metre splits there, hitting a 16.08. The other girls, Jemima and Yushi, sitting around that 17 mark. And it will be Zara who takes out the second heat in a 209.15. Jemima Hale touching in second, 212.34. And it will be Yushi Liu in third, 213.83.
We're into the final heat of this event, the final women's event of the day and of the championships. So this is where it all comes down to. Missing lane 5, unfortunately, that's Sophia Jacka. But the 17-year-old in the middle, Arabella Tomlinson, is the one leading the race so far.
Arabella Tomlinson's a wonderful 200-metre freestyle at 28.15. She goes out in, followed by Emerson Hoggan, 30.21. So we know Arabella will head out pretty hard over this first 100 metres and try to hold on.
Yeah, 201.96, very close to that Metro record. So we'll see how much energy she's got. At the moment, she's well under that 1 minute barrier. So if she can keep holding around those 15 seconds per 25, and obviously that means 30 seconds per 50, she might even blow the 2 minute barrier out of the water. Leading at the moment, 59.20, a 15.63. So that's not quite the time you want to see if you want her well under that 2 minute barrier. She's going to have to put some work in and hold on for this championship 50.
Yeah, she's very much ahead of the field over this first half of the race. The minor placings within this heat are up for grabs there between Caitlin Hasella and Emerson Hogan. Emerson Hogan having the better of turns over the course of the 200 as Arabella turns with 50 metres left to swim, 1:30.69. So she's doing a wonderful job out in front of the field with no one to race but herself.
Yeah, I'm going to need to see something out of this final 25 metres. It looks like she's just dropped off the pace a bit. She's shortened up her stroke, so if she's got something left, it's going to have to be now if she wants to take this record or a PB out. The battle for second is really close. Lane 3 there, Emerson Hogan. She's coming in second, and in third place there is Francis out there in lane number 7. They've really picked up the pace. A 202.23 is what Arabella Tomlinson has done to take out the gold medal in this event. We'll see how close these other girls are, but it looks like Zara Jeffrey is going to take the silver medal from the heat before. She had a 209.15, so that just shows you that in these times finals, medals can come from just about anywhere.
Announcing the medalists for event 90, the boys 14 to 15-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Winner of the bronze medal from Ivanhoe Swim, Andrew Spencer. Winner of the silver medal from Surrey Park, Ishaq Ismail. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 1:03.29 from Camberwell, Quinn Richards.
This is it. We're down to the final 3 heats of the Metro State Championships. We will just want to give another massive thank you to Fun Swim. It's Swimming Victoria's fun, low-pressure introduction to racing for swimmers aged 7 to 12. Contact Swimming Victoria to get your club involved in Fun Swim.
And a lot of our athletes who are coming through, particularly in those 11 and unders, some of them have participated in our Fun Swim events, which are such a great environment to get athletes into those little racing scenarios. We love to start getting that competitive drive when they're younger and just fuel that fire so that when they do get up to these 16, 17-year age groups, they're still really chasing their dreams and really trying to achieve all of their goals. As the boys hit the wall there, it is Oliver Callio in lane 2 who's leading us through as we come up to the 100-metre mark, the halfway point in this 200 freestyle. Michael Bamford sitting in second with Thomas Dorat-Sims in third.
Yeah, we're seeing some very good swims. The great technique from Oliver out there in lane number 2. He's got a nice loping stroke. You can see him just grab the water at the front end of it. I don't know whether he is or he isn't, but he looks like a distance swimmer. Just the way he's swimming, you can see the way he just places his hand in and grabs it. It's very efficient, low minimal kick behind him, using minimal energy. It looks like he could do this for 800 metres straight. I'm sure he's not feeling that way at the moment. I'm sure that he's gasping for air and very much struggling, but he's doing very well to lead this heat as it stands.
Well, you can just see now into this final 50, he has lifted that stroke rate a little bit. We do often say that the swimmers that make it look the easiest are probably going to be the fastest because they are that little bit more efficient. They've got that good technique, and that's what we look for across all of our age groups and our events. But this has been a great, a really well-constructed swim, I should say, by Oliver Callio. He comes in a 158.77, race for second out of the first heat, very close. And it looks like it will go to Thomas Dorat-Sims in a 2:05.00, just 4 100ths ahead of Michael Bamford.
The penultimate race of this competition is underway. Heat 2 of 3 in the 200-metre freestyle. Boys 16, 17-year-olds. We're missing lane 3, unfortunately, but Jesse Pratt, my word, look at the way he's stroking. Very high stroke rate. Isn't necessarily getting a lot of purchase on the water, but is making it work for him. He's out really quick, really early. 27.28 for the first 50.
Yeah, that's a blistering first 50 there from Jesse Pratt. Sitting comfortably in second, James Clare in lane number 2. He seems to be the leader of the second place at this point in the race. Jesse Pratt, he's out in front though. Let's see if he can hold it. He's still looking comfortable at this point in time. As we head down to the halfway mark, he'll turn in front. 58.37 from Jesse. James sitting still second, 1:00.13.
Yeah, just slowing down just a little bit on that 50, getting waved on from the crowd. A very tight battle for second and third in this event. Most of the people in here are between 2:03 to 2:06 seconds, so we're going to need to see how far they can get under that PB. Jesse Pratt slowly, but each 50 seems to be slowing down just a little bit. We'll see what he has left in this final 50.
James Clare really lifted in that third 50. Still sitting in second, but has definitely closed the gap on Jesse Pratt. So we'll see if he can try and mow him down in the last 50 metres. Jesse Pratt still sitting in first. James Clare in second. And third is actually Titus Wang Tang out in lane 0.
Yeah, you see momentum's a hell of a thing. James Clare has taken about 0.8 of a second out of Jesse's lead for the last 50 metres. However, Jesse's finally seen him, put the afterburners on and said, I'm leading this event. 2:01.67. He's taken it out, finishing a 14.7, so about a second and a half quicker than some of those other 25-metre splits that we saw. So probably saving up a little bit too much, but a great swim from the young man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our final race of the evening and of the competition. Thank you so much for joining us at the 2026-27 UNCLOUD Victorian Metro Short Course Championships. Let's see what the boys can do here in the men's 16, 17 years, 200-metre freestyle. It will be Adonis Giotopoulos who turns through in first at the 25.69, just ahead of Noah Chappell, who goes through 26.09, and third, all the way over in lane 0, Benjamin King, 26.68.
Yeah, Adonis doing a little bit of circle swimming as well. He seems to be sticking to the left-hand side of the lane each time he goes up and back. We spoke about this earlier in the younger age groups. You'd hope it'd be out of his system by now, that he's good enough at racing, that he can just go up and down through the middle or stick to one side. But look at the bow wave that he has behind him. Him and Noah Chappell, both under that 55-second barrier. Does Noah have a little bit of a kick in him in order to push him for that final 50 metres here, or final 100 metres, sorry. But I don't think a Victorian Metro record is in the reckoning as we stand.
Yeah, that record, 1:49, that's a swift time. They went through pretty quickly through the 100. Noah Chappell, probably the faster of the swimmers through this third 50. He's closed the gap on Adonis here. There's now only 0.1 between our leaders, and they've popped up from that turn almost identically as we come down with 30 metres left in this race.
Yeah, here we go. This is really going to be showing what these boys are made of. They're probably going to be breathing the opposite way. Both of them have short underwaters. Breathing the other way, they'll have probably a little look underneath. The bow wave comes back in for Adonis. Noah then brings a bow wave of his own. Lane number 6, William Cow, is pushing towards the reckoning as well. He's going to take the bronze medal, but at 1:54.07, Noah Chappell takes out the race. Very well timed, very well executed. Second place going to Adonis Giotopoulos. And in third place there, it's William Cow. And just behind him was Sam Hartley, lane 3. Great swim from all those involved. Excellent to watch.
And that concludes our competition across the weekend. Such incredible swims from all our athletes. We had so many records break, and we look forward to having you guys join us for our state age championships coming up, or if you do wish to tune in next weekend to our Victorian Country Short Course Championships, we look forward to seeing you there. Thanks, guys.
Announcing the medals for event 91, the girls 16 to 17-year-old 200 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal from DVE Aquatic, Emerson Hoggan. Winner of the silver medal from MLC Aquatic,